We
Also,
are.
I'm
Hmm?
not Urigo. I'm
Yeah,
Geradon.
you're Gyarados now, I know. Anyway, we are live, so give me a session recap. Go.
All right, the prison break started out. Immediately panic on every floor. 10 floors in total of this tower, trying to defeat one to another. While the first encounter on the 10th floor was almost successful for the guards, Shahu and his compatriots went down. Me and um, Snow fought with two guards. It turned out into a bigger, worse battlefield one floor before. In the end, who decided, screw this, and basically blew up half of the floor, including some people above, killing one of the players, don't remember his name, because of it. Me, thank you, almost killing me as well, but Snow, the valiant hero of this story, and Monk, uh, perfection saved me on the last effort, pulling me out of the fire. Um, However, in his actions, he showed a redeeming quality and then healed us because didn't want us to die. Deciding to, from what I remember, to then go invisible and get his stuff back. Me and so we're left at on the ninth floor. We then decided with communication methods, slingshots, and other means necessary to help the guards figuring out what's going on which floor and tearing down barricades with fire. That was actually surprisingly successful, and the guards generally did a pretty good turn anyway. So after a fairly reasonable amount of time, the guards took control back of the tower. They came upstairs, asked us a question, put us back in the cell, and said, "You did good, but stay here for the time." At least until the next day. So me and Blitz decided to take a rest for the night after a very valiant effort, and I assume the next day happens now.
Well, as you are approaching the later dusk of said day, you can roll me just in general a perception, investigation, and insight
Oh wow.
for the people
Ooh.
around you.
All right. So perception first. 13. Not bad considering I have nothing in it.
Look at it.
Investigation. A total 20.
Where do
And
you roll?
inside. Oh, D&D Beyond.
Uh,
Sorry.
Please roll in the server.
Okay. That's good because then I missed a net one. uh,
Watch him roll three dead ones.
roll D. What was it? Exclamation mark roll D20, right? Okay. So my perception is a 2.
Okay, yeah, so you're very dizzy.
Rolling with a child on your lap is not as easy. Nat 20 on the investigation
Okay.
with a +7 on it.
Okay. Jeez.
I'm certainly figuring out something. I'm not
Yep.
sure what it is, but it is something. And a 17 on the inside. So I figure some stuff out. I have great insight in what I figured out, but some things I just seem to miss.
Okay, as you roll a crit, you get to choose. So either you get a major magical insight or a major structural insight.
Ooh. I would go with the structural because if I figure out that the fact that this place is about to crumble, I'd rather know this ahead of time.
Okay, so you're very dizzy. Your head still hurts from yesterday. The big explosion still kind of lingers in your head. You have a concussion. You have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws for the next 24 hours.
Yeah.
Um, you definitely get some insights on the general structure around you, both physically and command-wise.
Oh, okay, cool.
As you kind of look around, you see that the tower is slightly leaning, not too much though. You realize that the wind seems to like catch up on the highest level and kind of curl inwards. There's probably a
Right.
reason why towers that large are usually more sealed So the wind just
Yeah.
blows around it, it just doesn't catch on a ledge and starts dragging
Now
it.
it's basically a huge sail.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a sail, yeah. And you also realize that you see all the people that stayed inside of the cells
Mm.
seem to be moving. Like, you've seen a few people as you were put in, right? And you kind of recognize their faces very broadly. You can't really discern a name or, race and such like. But it's like the general information kind of
Mm.
um, processes in your mind that everybody that stayed in their cells moved down in like um, priority almost in the cell. Everybody went down in layers. You were at the half, now you're almost at the very bottom.
Right.
So it's kind of suspicion almost. You can almost rank them by suspicion, and it seems to be everybody seems a lot lower now that they have not been in the outbreak.
What? They didn't misbehave and get well, rewarded might be a bit of a stretch, but
Yeah,
they had a chance to misbehave and didn't. Ooh.
yeah. But yeah, you would realize that the general structure seems to be mostly on recovery right now in
Mm.
here, and
Yeah.
the guard amount seemed to also be lowered for some odd reason.
Can I, in addition to my critical on investigation, use my is it feature of structural intelligence to figure out how long the structure would potentially last right now, considering it's, well, top
Um,
heavy?
it's fine unless there's like a major storm, but you've seen your ship crash into the bubble, and you don't really think that's too much of a hazard.
All right. Okay. So
It
basically,
as
it's a
long as
concern at
nobody's like
most.
throwing a boulder at it, you're probably fine.
All right. Fair enough.
It's fine under the current weight. It doesn't sway too much, and it's solid stone, right? And you see it's structural-wise, it has this interesting reinforcement pattern that's not always seen. Because usually when you lay bricks, you have this like half-half pattern, right? Rogo?
Apologies. You have to tell me that again.
Yes. Usually when you lay bricks, you have this half-half pattern where half of the brick is on top of the other half of another brick, and you know,
Yep.
yeah, the kind of like zigzaggy pattern in
Yeah.
between. Yeah, this one seems different as the structure is made from quarter, like cornered like curves, right? Every
Right.
tower layer has four
Yeah.
pieces exactly, right? And they each 1/4. So they are offset
Yes.
by 45 degrees each.
Oh,
Yeah.
right. Okay, got it. Ah.
And as you realize, as you seen and grabbed this weird potion from the other wall, you also realize on the kind of cut that was like jagged sideways downwards from the sphere intersecting with it, right? You also
Mm.
realize that it got a little bit more thicker each layer downwards.
Oh, that
So
makes
it
sense.
seems like a very flimsy structure, but as you look closer onto it, it's not just a simple tower. There's some ingenuity already going on here.
All right. Cool.
Yeah.
So they do have some structural awareness
Hmm.
and intelligence.
You would also realize that the blocks, the kind of marble stone that they used for this, they must be weighing like tons of tons. Like something
Right.
you would need heavy machinery for.
I mean, they have flying ships. I can see how they would be able to pull that off.
So, yeah. Apart from that, the climate seems decently silent almost. Everybody seems to kind of recover and don't want to get in too much trouble, right? As
Yeah.
you see the first patrols going on again after one after another as you drift off to sleep.
Okay.
You getting a long rest in.
Perfect. I needed that.
Blitz as well.
Oh, random question.
Random
If
answer.
it's if it's an
Random
uneven
answer.
number,
Oh God, I have my stream open. Give me a moment. Oh God, I have my stream open. Oh God, it just infinitely looped. I'm very sorry.
Oh God, we didn't hear that.
I did. I almost went insane there. Jesus.
That sounds like a you problem.
Oh yeah. Long rest for Blitz. Um, you also didn't eat that day.
That is not entirely true. They gave me something in the morning, but I didn't had lunch. That's true.
Correct. Okay, yeah. Yes, or only have been there a day. Okay, yeah, yeah, it's fine. Um, yeah, sorry, scrap that.
That's good.
Um,
Well, I would also assume that they don't want the prisoners to starve to death.
yeah,
So
yeah.
after
It's not a
evening they
place where you
just
gain exhaustion. It's not a place where you recover from exhaustion either, though.
yeah, yeah. No, that's absolutely right and fair.
Um, you see Blitz meditate almost.
Oh, okay. Have I seen him do this before?
You've not been with him too much. You know him as a friend. You don't know him from sharing the same bedroom.
That's a good point.
So yeah.
It feels like I've known him for years already for some reason.
Well,
Okay.
you've known him from the other league, and he helped you with paperwork here and there regarding your
Yeah.
little techie inventions.
Yeah.
But apart from
My
that, not
Tinder app for the ship,
yes.
which I still think would have been a genius idea.
Oh yeah, it would have been if the ship were still around. Great idea for a great ship. You would work awesomely, but I lost the ship.
Sadly, the ship is literally being split apart. Uh, yeah. Anyway,
But yeah,
um,
you wake up in the morning and the guards patrols seem to be more prominent again as everybody starts to wake up, and you're woken up by basically the wooden end of a spear,
mm,
kind of like you know as a kid as you run across fences and you hear this brrrr going on.
yeah.
Yeah, that, but it's just 10 times louder as you hear this
Ah, ah,
shattering
ah,
through as a guard just
hmm.
walks by. Boom, boom,
Yeah,
boom,
yes,
boom.
yes. I'm awake.
As you
Yeah.
you hear it from dozens and dozens of guards. It's just like a almost like a half deafening sound. It's something like they probably do because of the yesterday, uh, yeah, happening. Just
Yeah, they probably
to
wanted an
yeah,
inspection or
it's a
something.
little bit of like a revenge, a little bit, waking you up
Okay.
at 6 in the morning and just like very loudly, very interruptly.
Mm.
I mean, yeah, if you riot, you get some bad treatment afterwards.
You want to tell me that the guards who died, the others don't want revenge for? Nah, that never happens.
Yeah. But anyway, you wake up in the morning and you have 2 hours until the next bit. You see Blitz fiddle around with like scraps of wood and metal that he hid away in his pockets.
Say, Blades, do you actually want to make something out of it? I'm
No,
currently a
I'm
bit
just
bored.
fiddling with it.
Hmm, just be careful. The guards are very much on edge. If they see you fiddling with it, they might not welcome it.
Mm, uh, mm, yeah, sure.
All right, cool.
So, like you see him like a short metallic like triangular piece in one one pocket and just like a wooden jagged piece in the other. It's just like he just like has them casual in his cloak.
Actually, the one guard was very nice and taught me a bit about their language. Shall I share that with you? It would be good for me as an exercise as well.
Hmm. I mm, sure they were speaking very kindly to each other. I just can't understand a word what they say.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, let's make a bit of a lesson out of it. Do you still have the coal from last night? From yesterday.
He lifts like an eyebrow.
The piece of coal we used to write on the paper with. I mean, I'm not sure if I might have it as well. Like, to be honest, I
Yeah.
didn't note it down if either of us took it.
You could.
Okay, fine. in this case, all right, look at this. And I
Hmm.
literally go like through the letters that I learned from the guard, and of how to read it and write them onto the floor so he can see them. So I'm trying to teach him some of the vocabulary that I learned
Hmm.
and use that as a like a mental exercise to myself as well.
Let's see how well he does understanding this. Oh shit. Ah, that's 26.
Ha!
Yeah. He's doing splendid.
Like, oh wow, Blitz, you
Uh,
really catch
used
up on this fast.
he rolled a flat 19. I used your modifiers. I'm sorry, but it's still
Hi.
yeah, it's still 22. Jesus. Yeah, he's catching up on it quicker than you are
Well, to be
at
fair,
base.
I had to learn it from someone
Yeah,
in
yeah,
a other foreign language. So,
yeah. Wonder why.
anyway, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that for a while. You know,
Okay,
I
yeah,
mean,
you
it's
you
gonna
tend
take
2
time.
hours of just casually well talk and teaching him some of the vocabulary, for like be aware and no and yes and very
Yeah,
basic words
exactly.
that you already know. As you see guards come by, one of them has like a ginormous backpack
Okay.
and like no armor, no gear on him, just some greenish clothing that they seem to wear under the garments and the armor.
Considering that I know a little bit more about the structure in here, can I guess what his responsibility is? Still there?
I just can't get peace in my own 4 rooms. That's just what that is.
All right. No, fair enough.
It's fine. Anyway. Sorry, what did you say?
I was wondering if I can guess what his responsibility might be, considering I was, because of my insight from the board about
Oh
the
yeah,
learning
you already
structures.
know. It's food.
Oh, well, that looks easy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
two guys, one with a big backpack and the other one just like handing them
fair
out pretty
enough.
much.
Okay.
Pack
Well,
mule,
in
silver.
this case, I would be standing up, like, ah, foods. That's great. I was very ravenous from yesterday. Thank you, lads.
They look to each other for a moment. They speak a few words in Elvish, and look at you, and they you see a wooden tray, right? And
Mm.
it's basically just 2 apples and 2 slices of bread and like what seems to be like it's like butter, but it's more liquidy.
Okay. Well, out of character. Everything is better than nothing.
Yeah, it's very simple food for prisoners. That's
Yeah.
good enough, definitely.
Yeah.
You've
Uh,
seen, you've heard worse.
true.
Yeah.
All right. I'll take the one tray. I hand it over to Blitz, who might be still going over the letters, and then
Yeah.
get my own tray, I guess.
Yeah. You see them finish handing it out and herd upwards, spiraling to the other trays. You would see them come down like an hour or two later. It's a long
Which is
trip
probably
up
a
there.
very.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, well, it's still faster than normally would take to do the whole tower.
yeah.
Does any of the guards pass by somewhat reasonably close, like that I could start a conversation with them?
I mean, you can talk 30 feet and shout another 30 feet. So yeah, you can do it at any
Yeah,
time.
right, but I don't want to shout. That's
You
why I'm
don't need
asking
to. The
if
path
some.
is only
Okay,
15 feet wide. You can just
okay,
talk.
fair enough. Well,
The sun
in
neighbors
this
will
case,
hear though
okay.
at any time.
Sorry, may I just inconvenience someone? Just having a quick inquiry about the visit I'm expecting. I mean,
Hmm? Sorry. As he like looks down and puts like his helmet off for a moment and like shakes a little bit of his hair. You see the helmet that they
mm,
wear when they do. It also covers their ears.
oh damn.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, it's a protective helmet. After the
Yeah,
riot, that's something you
makes sense.
wear more often.
I'm like, well, apologies. Um, I just wanted to inquire about a visit I was expecting today. I know with a lot of things happened yesterday and all, but I was expecting to get pardon on being here, and it's just so much nicer out there in the sun. And I
Oh,
don't
it
want to
for
bother
sure
you
is.
guys.
Uh, uh, yeah, we're currently doing, and he looks like left and right pretty much, and he says, inventory.
Well, yeah, I'm just wondering, is it possible to receive uh, visitors today, or is it like, no, we had the riot yesterday and all, and they're like, no
First of all,
visitors at all.
that. Second of all, we're currently figuring out who is still here.
Hey, okay, I mean, so much to do. Uh, could I bother you for a favor?
You already do, but yes, sure.
Fair enough. May I extend then? Um, we had when we were introduced to coming in here, we had the chat with the commissar. Would you mind forwarding a message to him? I would very much appreciate that.
I'll tell him. What do you have to say?
Um, just that there's some structural integrity issues in the tower now, and there may or may not be potential long-term problem that I wanted to make aware of. Because of, and I'm trying to go into and starting with a very elaborate technical points as to why this tower
Oh
will
God.
under fall over.
Uh, yeah. Give me a moment.
Yeah, okay, cool, thanks. Being buried under stone is not the way I intend to go.
Let me see. Let me roll that int to see if he understands it.
Frankly, I hope he fails.
Eh, it's good enough. He definitely does fairly well.
Oh,
He
he
seems
gets the
to
gist then.
get the broad idea. He doesn't get the like very faint like
Right.
integrities and why certain things act that way, but he gets the general drift of it's like slightly leading and catching wind.
Oh, we're having a sale up there. This structure is not supposed to move. Hmm.
Eh. Yeah, another part from the inventory list as he grabs his helmet like off the under his arm, right, and puts it back on, shoulders the spear and walks on. He seems to probably tell about it when he like goes up and completely downwards again.
Okay, fair enough.
Hmm.
Well, I tried.
What are you killing your time with?
Um, I would actually like to. Now that I'm on the lower phases, I can probably see some of the magical integrities that have been built into the tower here. So I would take like this look on it,
Hmm.
see like how this might be made, because clearly they're having anti-magic fields, and assess where their magical technological level is.
Okay.
If
Sure, but you don't have an indicator to work out of.
I could use their equipment, for example, as you said, they have
Hmm?
these. Well, to me, they will be pretty much be improvised shooting stuffs.
The one
Uh,
that you've seen by now. But yes, you
yeah,
can try to figure out their tech level. Yes.
yeah. Based on that, maybe I see some other parts of equipment, or
Just
generally armor
yeah.
themselves.
I can
Because
give you some broad explanation, right?
yeah,
So
that
you
works.
there's with as at League there's pretty much 5 levels worth of colonies, right?
Hmm.
You have the Mazit worlds, which basically are tech level 5. It's where all the auditoriums are and the magical schools, the very expertised things, right? Planar mathematics and the Citadel of Teleportation and all of that jazz, right? Everything very highly magical and very intricate. That's level 5, right? Then you have 4 and 3, which are most used for massive storage or processing, all of the medium level stuff creation. work on things, repairing things. The ship and such. The ship you were on was a tech level 3.
Hmm. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
Okay.
So you can only imagine what 4 and 5 will do. You've never seen one.
Yeah.
Um, then there's 2, which are mostly the kind of agricultural worlds and ore mining and all that jazz. It still has some automation going on. It's
Hmm.
mostly mechanical and assisted by magic. And then you have the
Right.
non-magic worlds, which usually are up for a process called extraction. The only thing you
Right.
know is after it happens, the planet is not there anymore.
Or if it definitely is not the same way it was there.
Correct. Yes, that's the only thing you know about it. The planets just are non-visitable anymore. Usually you can go to Agri worlds for like if you're rich, you go there for like the hell of it, the fun, right? You just lay
Yeah.
there in like a cottage for like 3 months straight. Just it's like a beach and fisher spots or and boats, or it's vast fields like thousands of kilometers just fields
Hmm.
of rice and grain, right? So
Okay.
it's a relaxing place. Sometimes you have some machinery noise, but if you can live with it every once in a while, it's very very calming. That's the only thing you know. There's some like ad stuff going on that you still remember,
Yeah.
and but yeah. So there's this different tech level thing kind of thinking going on in your
Okay.
mind. By the current level, you can roll me an Arcana check. Let's see what you've seen by now.
Sure. 25.
What?
What's 18 plus 7?
So bad when
I
you zoom
incre-
in. Sorry, what?
I said 18 plus 7, 25.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You have a 25. You realize they're somewhere between 2 and 3. They start
Okay.
minor arcane construction, is what it's basically called. It's minor arcane assembly, which are basically the elemental wands, right?
Yeah.
And crystallogy magic and scroll crafting, all of that, just creation of magical items.
So if I would put 5 levels for each of the main levels, they're like starting level 3, like level 3
Yes.
sub 2,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah. They
Right.
know about magic, which is required for step 2, like arcane agriculture, pretty much
Hmm.
growing stuff by magic, right?
Yep.
And transferring things. And they started now almost weaponizing it to a degree.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. That's why you also realize that the armor that the elves wear is also created by magic.
Uh, how?
Because the people seem fairly lanky, and the armor they uh, wear is usually too heavy for people that are not strong.
Right.
They seemed
Do
very agile in combat.
I see any rune usage in similar?
Zero. You see some symbolic on the gates,
Yeah.
which is a full moon symbol.
Right. Okay.
It has this kind of pattern. You see the full moon basically at the very bottom, and you see rays of streaks going off it in 5 directions.
Mm,
One centric, two at a degree, and two horizontal to
okay.
create the entire kind of gated metal door.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Okay.
apart from some symbology, you don't innately see any. They can be hidden though.
Fair.
It might also be the
Um.
kind of material or some area effect of the big dome above the city, which is
Yeah.
an
I'm gonna.
entire topic you didn't really figure out.
Yeah. No. I mean, to be fair, that's also a pretty big topic. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I would also then have, just for the sheer wits of it, I'm like, you what? That's we saw like this over
See
the
him with an
time.
apple like in his beak, and he's just like trying to like snap it in half.
Do you want some help with this? I don't mind helping.
Huh? As he has like this full apple in his mouth, he just and just looks sideways. Let's see if he can do it himself. Nope.
Fair enough. I go over and take the apple, which is probably somewhat full of his not slime, wrong word.
Saliva.
Uh, Thank you, saliva,
Yes.
and try to split it in half.
With your
Just
hands.
like yeah,
Roll me an athletics check.
I was kind of expecting that.
That's the same thing he tried to do with his beak.
Shit.
Here, let me help you.
I'm like, actually, actually, I have an idea, and I'm using the fence as a part to then split the apple by pressing it through it.
So what are you trying to do?
All right, so this cage has
Yes.
some things before it, right?
Yeah, the gate.
So right, so I'm using the gates
Hmm.
to basically split the apple on it by pressing it past the yeah.
Okay, roll me an athletics check again, and a sleight of hand.
I feel way more comfortable with the second one.
It's both. And sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand is +3, so
So
that means
you basically take the apple, right, and you like use both hands and you push it against the bar, right, and you lean your entire weight into it as you feel your wrists slowly start to slip, right, and you see the apple just slide past the gate, and just your hands impact the bars, right, and you just going on, the apple just flies through it,
uh,
and like off the path, like somewhere down there.
uh,
3 seconds later, you hear this. Ah!
oh no, that's gonna cause trouble. I can tell already. I look back to Blitz, and I probably see him with like big eyes, going like, "No!"
Yes, pretty much. It's just like you see him like with his knees on the floor, one hand reaching forwards, just like you see him like no words come out, and you see his mouth move, just like. "Ah, ah, ah."
I give him my apple. I'm like, I'm sorry.
Okay, as you already been start eating, like while you're thinking, it has a bite mark in it, but he takes it gladly.
Fair enough. Um, yeah, I would reach out to the guy, and be like, I'm sorry.
Or we go, my bad.
Like, my bad. That was my apple. Sorry. Can I have it back, please?
You hear no returns.
Well, let me eat my toast with butter.
Okay, you try to put this almost liquidy butter on it with no like utensils, so sleight of hand, please.
Oh, can I not just like put the toast on top of it rather than it on top of the
So you're
toast?
dipping it.
Basically.
Okay, yeah.
I
You
mean, why
you
make it
start
complicated?
dipping your bread, right? And
Yeah,
yeah, it takes a lot of time because not an awful lot stucks to the bread.
that's fair. But some of the time, it's not like I'm in a hurry. In the meantime, I will have a visual look around the cell because, I found something in one random cell or plate. Maybe I find something
Perception
in here
check.
as well. Let's get all the bad rolls out of the way.
Hmm. Press X to doubt.
um,
Well,
well, straight 11.
a straight 11. Okay. You kind of have a look around the cell and you see two planks with chains on them. You look around. There's one cushion missing
Well, I know where that is.
somewhere. Yes.
Blitz has it. I bet my money on that.
He sits on the other one where the cushion is as well.
There you go.
Um, roll me an insight check.
Oh.
You also see there's the coloring of the floor is a little different. It's a little more dark, as you see that it's a little more dirty as the cell above. because you feel like there's more fluctuation of people going in and out,
Right.
so it's more dirty. Um, mm,
13.
yeah, let me roll that.
Stop making me roll on wisdom.
No.
Nice.
You know Blitz by this point, he's taking things.
Yeah. Um. hmm, Actually, in this case, I'll play a little mind game, and what I would do is, um, considering what I read in the book and how to put together a walker, I would try to envision
Mhm.
how I would build a walker myself.
Well, not in here.
Using, huh?
Well, probably not in here.
No, envision.
Oh
Like,
yeah, yeah,
how would I
like a
go on the
blueprint.
Yeah, yeah. I'm basically building a blueprint of it in my mind, figuring out like what are problems, what could I do to get around them, where are the difficulties, what resources would I actually need, like
Okay,
playing a bit of a like, got nothing better to do, might as well
you
build
you
something in my
think a
head.
little bit, and you would probably need some very well-crafted metallic components, gears, and
Hmm.
such like that, for all the legs to move. You also need probably a kind of fuel source, right? And
Yeah,
there's only a few things that come to your mind, right, around here. It would be either magical crystals, fueling one.
yeah.
The other option would be probably your amulet.
Amulet? You mean my ring?
The ring of spell soaring, which is an amulet. Yeah, the amulet of spell
Okay.
soaring that you own.
Mm-hmm.
Um, or another option would be a kind of engine, right?
Yeah,
That's not based on direct magic.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Huh.
A combination of both would be good.
Fallout, just in case someone falls out.
Correct. Um, you would need, well, if you envision a walker of sorts, you would probably need a decent amount of space and wooden components, and probably something comfortable if you want to ride it yourself. So a comfortable material like leather or fur,
Yeah.
because else metal will be very hard on your butt if you sit in or
Hey,
on it.
I'm an engineer. The amount of time I'm sitting, my butt is made of stone anyway.
Eh, I don't know, engineers. You're envisioning things a lot, and not an awful lot of desks are large enough for you to sit on.
That's a fair point.
Apart from that, you would probably need, I mean, if you want to weaponize it of sorts, barrel, metallic components, and probably, yeah, like a forge. You already know you have the proficiencies to use tinkering tools.
Besides the material component, would I see any difficulties in terms of my own capabilities to make one of those?
Probably it's a very tedious, long journeying task, forging components and well, not like making molds and all of that jazz. It will probably take you some 24 hours of pure crafting time. So like 3 days of like 8 hours each or something if you're fast.
Okay.
At least for the first one. Afterwards, you probably get some insights and you're gonna get better at it.
What if Hester would help me?
Hester is very good with machinery in general, but you don't really know where he is. You have no way of contacting him currently. Your biggest problem is sitting in here, still.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I mean in general, like how much would I think Hester could, if he were there, improve the process?
Flat D20, please. Let's see.
Yeah.
Because you
Actually,
don't know
do you
its
mind?
entire capabilities. Maybe.
Yeah.
See how much.
Wait, I can't. Doors ringing. Doors ringing. 1
Yeah, yeah.
second.
That's fine. In the meanwhile, I'm gonna cut over to Shavir then.
Cool.
Let me just.
I am also here and have been here, let you know.
Yeah, yeah, I will get to you. I'm gonna get over Shavir's thing, which will take some time now, and then I will give a brief information to Shahu, and then I will come to you. Shavir, are you here? Hmm. I always have a bad timing. Ed Shiv. Are you just muted, sir? today with boxing cat and dog as my camera replacement because I look like a tragedy today. So I'm not showing myself on camera. Sorry. Who's that
Oh
one viewer?
no, but I wish I could see the cat picture.
It's on stream.
Oh, it works.
Yeah, it works now after reinstalling it. It just helps me when you just are on stream as well for my average viewers and stuff. Just so you know. So this should just have the stream open in the background, just mute it, like on the browser, not in Twitch. That helps me because it helps me generate some watch time and average view count and stuff.
No, it works.
I'm quickly gonna put the little one to sleep.
Yeah, it's fine. Ba ba da ba ba da. Shavir, are you here? Interesting. Oh, do. Be silent, wench. My headset just making beeping noises whenever it needs energy.
Lock me in, master.
Please don't say that.
Stick it in the...
Why? Please don't. Like the imagery of just specific Japanese specific anime, right? On like USB plug art.
I actually don't know.
Oh god, now I need to find it and send you a picture. Shavir, you here?
Yeah, so Japanese and or hearsay and hold on.
At work.
Here, found it. Gonna send it to you just to ruin your day, Shahu.
You never know. I maybe like it. I will
Oh, you
perhaps
mean the
like
one
it.
that I did on pay? It's so bad.
Here. Such
It's
things.
so bad.
Here.
I need that.
Oh god.
Yeah!
And print it out and then just glue it on my PC.
Well,
Yep.
I'm never gonna think of USBs same way again.
That
No,
had to be done.
Yeah.
whenever I insert a USB now, I will do it 3 to 4 times to be sure.
I know Shahu's keyboard layout.
You do?
Yep. I couldn't write on one of those. I couldn't.
I could.
I mean, physically I could, but mentally I was just like, where's what key?
Definitely enough
The
for
true
me.
reason I have a glowing keyboard is just because I can't remember the keys. Anyway, drifting off. Shavir, recap me your last session.
Oh, we're into it. Yes. Um, last session she sort of drifted off upwards after she talked with Madison. Talked with Nico for a little bit. Then kept going upward like in water. And then after a while, she sort of somehow stopped drifting upwards. Felt like she was surrounded by liquid. And yeah, so she sort of and eventually she kept holding her breath. And long story short, so someone came down to pull her up, but she didn't really trust it to begin with, and the figure kind of started going up, but she managed to move her pinky finger just slightly, getting attached into one of its strings on its jacket or something. And she did manage to get most of the way up, and then the figure pulled her up.
Just FYI, you're very silent.
Oh yeah, better now, I assume.
Way better.
Yeah, I had the thing upwards.
Yeah, please repeat all of that.
Okay. Um, Floated upwards after Madison, talked to Nico, and surrounded by water, not able to see or move or anything. Eventually, a figure sort of, she felt the presence of a figure getting closer to her. She sort of like mentally tried to push it away almost because she was afraid a little bit of it hurting her. So, because it seemingly went for her eyes, so she's like, oh, hell no. It stopped. Then she kind of like stopped fighting it. Uh, and, it sort of went up. She managed to get her pinky finger around one of the strings, got back up with it almost to the surface, and figure kind of like did something, touched on her outer part of her eye, sort of thing, something. And I'm not really sure what that was about or what happened there. But yeah, we did pull her up and chanted some stuff, etc. And he kind of started coughing, etc. And breathing. And eventually she sort of came true. Her eyes were adjusting. Saw this orange haired figure with one yellow eye and one blue one. And they had some very interesting conversations. And she also managed to notice that she herself was different. She had white hair, her eyes had changed, and also she say she was a little bit more round around the stomach. Also had these red, sort of like um, vein-like pattern one can see in the picture NPC there, sort of like that um, across her body, or big parts of it, neck as well. He, you know, helped her up after she wasn't able to walk or move. Did some less respiration, helped her up, and they walked for quite a bit. They were talking. Um, I don't want to give it injustice by saying all the things that they talked about, um, but he did ask for her name, which she gave, and he wrote that down in the book, and a plus one. And yeah, they had some very meaningful conversations. She learned a lot of things, which you know it seems like she will forget. But he also gave her a feather and a picture, which he wrote some things on the backside of. He wrote the name, and he also wrote the name of the person on the picture. So that's how I remember. And yeah, she had that thing as well. She had to walk. Um, yeah, I don't want to cheapen the conversation that we have because that was a very special conversation for her. Um, yeah, but they started walking further and further, and she started getting sleepier, and eventually said, like, yeah, well, this is where we part for now until we meet next time. And when they meet the next time, we, yeah, when they meet the next time, she may have some information for him that would be very interesting to him about his wife, potentially, if she's lucky, as she had a little bit of a lead to go on.
Yeah.
Hmm.
What was the last thing you remember?
The character?
Hmm.
Well, I guess the conversation that they had.
After that.
Hmm. Well, her walking and then passing out,
Hmm.
sort of like falling asleep,
Yeah.
and then she said some last words to him.
Yeah. Piece by piece, you fall asleep. A sensation you never had as an elf. Not at least without being in ginormous amounts of pain.
Yeah.
Because the last few times you went into this state was kind of out of a pure habit of self-protection almost. Or
Hmm.
unconsciousness, which feels entirely different than sleeping. As you feel your breathing ever so slowly come back, piece by piece you hear this going on, piece by piece.
Can I hear
Starting to...
anything?
Yeah, I know. The stream could hear it. I'm sorry. The Discord is just not good at picking up the environment sounds.
Yeah. Oh, one moment. I'm just gonna close the door.
Well, you ever so slowly start hearing your breathing again, whooshing in and out of your lungs, as your heartbeat starts to pick up back again.
Yeah, I'm back. So, what was the environmental sound?
You hear your breathing start to pick up and your
Hmm.
heartbeat starts again, as you feel your heartbeat go through your veins. Every few seconds. As it picks up more and more, I need you to roll me 2d20s.
Okay. Throwing it in there. 5 and an 8. Total of 13.
5 and 8. Okay. Um. Okay. Let me just fetch something real quick. Mm-hmm. I prepared it. No way.
Yeah.
Okay. You see some as your breathing picks up back again. You see a few things flutter in front of your eyes almost. Um, can send them to you real quick as I give the stream an explanation. Pix by PCs, there where you have it. You see a pure red for a moment as you feel your breathing pick back up. As you see crows with whitened eyes flutter away out of your vision.
I don't know how much she can interact with.
Well, as you see this kind of red, infinite background and the crows fluttering away out of your sight, almost disappearing in feathers and smoke, you realize that you're not quite yet awake as you feel your pulse rise more and more and more.
I guess her first thought would be to sort of like check for that other pulse that she felt before. And now that she, well, no, that would be metagaming because you don't know because you don't have those memories. Uh, Never mind.
Not wrong.
I had to reel myself in there. uh, um, I guess you would, keep listening to her heartbeat and uh, mentally looking at that red background, seeing the crows fly. So she would mentally try and like put a hand out, potentially see her own hand or something along those lines.
Yeah, give me a moment. So you're looking for what exactly?
Sort of looking around, looking up at the sky, following the crows, and trying to sort of like just look around to see like what is she laying on? Is
You don't feel
is
yourself in
she
a
breathing?
specific position,
Okay.
but you kind of have a look around and you see this infinite vast red as you're racing pulse, um, and your breathing feels very fast.
Yeah. Guess it could be a time thing for her because I guess because she don't remember the middle thing, so she would remember going upwards,
Mhm.
and so
You,
she
for a
would think that
moment,
she's in between.
sorry, please
No,
finish
she
your
would think.
thought.
Yeah, she would think that she's sort of like in between going back to the mortal realm sort of thing, would be her thought, and she know that time works differently there than it do now. So her having a high pulse could just be means that
Catching
it
up,
feels high to her comparatively,
you know. It's like your
or
senses are catching up back onto what feeling
yeah,
feels like.
what
But yeah,
normal time is sort of thing.
as you kind of look through this infinite vastness of red, you have a look around, kind of almost normalizing to your pulse again, as the entire sky starts to bleed its red into symbols. Red and black, cryptic, circles and symbols of all sorts,
Yeah,
almost like
that would immediately
glyphs.
yeah, that would immediately get her attention, and she would start to you know try and analyze it and cross references to things that she know and things.
Mm-hmm. Roll me a perception check.
20.
Okay, as you look upwards at this kind of bleeding circle of sorts behind blackened sky, as a lot of color and light fades away, you don't see an outline of yourself. As you look at it, your eyes almost blur. With every almost push of your pulse, your eyes blur and blur up, almost like tears fill it. But you don't feel any tears and you don't feel sad.
Hmm. Yeah, guess her first instinct would be kind of like to touch underneath her eyes to kind of like feel if there's tears, but quickly notice that there's no sensation of feeling or doing that.
Yeah.
So she would sort of keep trying to figure out what these symbols and markings, what it could potentially mean, or what it's for, or if there's magic from it, or anything like that. Yeah.
Sure. Roll me a flat d20.
Oh man. 15.
Ooh. You kind of feel out for magic, right? As in front of your eyes, from the symbol and this blur stretches out a corridor, long, shaded deep. You see a silhouette in the distance, almost holding a torch facing the other way, right, lighting the corridor up, made from stone, in a crimson darkened red.
Would sort of like try to call out mentally. Hey, wait for me.
What do you do?
What did you say?
What do you do?
She would try to call out mentally, so like that. Hey, wait for me.
As your voice echoes through these corridors, there's no response.
She would she would attempt to will her consciousness closer to the whole thing.
You do so. You hear footsteps under here, almost dazed, fairly slow, as you hear shoo, 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 shoo. They seem very irregular, almost not quite limping, but of sorts, not quite symmetrical.
Yeah. So what does she see as she is starting to
Elongated
move into
corridor.
this? And there's this man with or some figure with a torch, right, further up ahead.
Yes.
And she would start moving towards the man. But as she gets to the doors, I guess she would sort of just try to peek into one of them really fast.
It goes almost
Figure.
infinite black behind it. Like, think about somebody dropped a planetary-sized ink bottle on it.
She's like, nope. Closes it, and she goes towards the figure with the torch.
You see, not the light in the torch nor the person starts to... Nothing moves. Usually you know torches as this flickering source of light, but this seems almost perfectly static.
What is this place? Hello?
You're some 10 feet away as you feel the first bits of this reddened light. Roll me a perception check.
17.
As you kind of touch with your fingers this faint red light, you smell the kind of deep metallic smell of blood. Roll me a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
Oh, caramba. That is a nat 20. And 50. So 50.
Okay, you fail. As your senses overwhelm you going forward, almost in
Yeah.
a daze, almost well, crawling with
Mother.
every fiber of your body. As you do so, you feel every step forward, your pulse rises more and more. You can roll me an investigation to see how fast it is now, and a medicine check if you want to.
27 on the investigation.
That can't be good.
Why can't it be good with a 27 investigation? Why is it bad?
Yeah, you realize with your investigation, oh, that can't be good. Like that's like too high. You feel like the speed of your breathing, and you start to get some control in it, even though you start slowly hyperventilating as you feel how fast the breathing can go.
Oh
As
yeah,
you roll your medicine check, you
not
almost,
20.
yeah, you feel your heart rate go like above 180 easily,
She
like
would
without
try
thinking about
and
it.
yeah, she would try and control her breathing a bit.
It's a con save. As your body moves inch and inch forward.
Not 20 or 28.
You hold your breath. Because the moment you start breathing again, the hyperventilation kicks back in.
Mm. Take a
As
CD so and tries to calm herself a bit. Can
okay,
regain control of her own body and senses and urges and desires, I guess.
you saved that. You failed that save though.
Yeah, just focus on that 20. But yeah. Uh,
Sadly, you get your breathing under control, but
yeah.
not your desire.
Yeah. Yeah. So having got her breathing a bit under control, the
Well,
hyperventilating.
stopped. Yes.
Yeah. She would keep moving forward, sort of not a choice than letting her urges guide her way.
As you move inch and inch forward, you get closer to the person. 5 feet, 4 feet, 3, 2, 1. As kind of your hand reaches into the centric light around almost to like grasp for what has the strong smell of blood, you see the faint imagery in front of your eyes shatter into reddened glass as you see a shriek of light for a flash of a moment. You see a familiar face as the person turns around, covered in deepened, blackened, curled skin, looking away, almost in a flash of not surprise, but almost fear. I've not seen it on the person like that before. It's almost innate horror. As you touch the reddened light and everything shatters to glass, the person holds the stomach of his as you hear this. As you see these blackened skin marks curl across chin, neck, and cheek. It looks like blackened flame.
She would like need blood mm, as she has no other control than letting her urges sort of take control.
Sure, roll me another wisdom
Mm.
save at disadvantage.
Mm. Does she recognize this person? Oh,
Immediately.
oh. Um, so 17.
You manage to get yourself to a hold, but you can't really move away from it as you're so close,
Yeah.
inches away.
So, who does it remind her of? Or who does she know it is? Is
An
it
insight check.
William?
Insight check.
That's right.
Roll with advantage.
Okay. 18.
It's definitely not William.
Hmm.
It has resemblance of a young Edwin.
Good. Tilt her head, wind. Hmm. You know that drinking other vampires' blood is tastes really good,
Yeah,
but
but it's also
not
not.
always
Yeah,
the best.
yeah. It's one of the best tasting blood, but it's also the least healthy out of
Yeah.
all of it, except for Blessed.
Yes. Get me blood now. Get me. That's she sort of just look up at the creature, sort of like pleadingly, just barely able to hold herself back.
You see this kind of outline across the Sleven kind of clothing in shaded black, almost not robes, but like hoodie and cloak,
Mm.
or hooded cloak and garments, as you see on
Don't
curling towards the wrist the same kind of blackened outline as you against your like shoulder and collarbone. You see two of the fingers of the creature as you see the entire creature twitch, kind
Yeah.
of push you backwards with two fingers.
Like, don't want to hurt anyone, please.
You see
Good.
curling on the ground, the man slowly starts to push you back. You realize the force of the two fingers of the twitching creature is strong, way stronger than you would expect it. As it nudges you backwards, even you, despite in your almost muscle-frozen, paralyzed condition, knocks you backwards onto, well, prone and onto your back.
No.
As the creature entirely collapses, you see the spike of blackened flame. As you hear, "Ah!" curling up in flames, feet high, a spiking flame of 15 feet of blackened flames.
He just disappeared, basically.
No,
No?
no, you still see the outline in it.
Does she see anything other in the room? Any other liquids that could be blood? Does she smell any other blood? And does she also smell on him that his blood seems to be that of a vampire?
Yes.
Yeah. Because she would just sort of try to get up on her knees, and she would sort of hold her arms around herself in an attempt to sort of like just control herself.
How your hands feel visualized.
She would sort of put, yeah, I don't know, yeah, she would try and put her hands underneath her, like biceps armpits almost, kind of like hold herself in place almost
Hmm?
as she's trying to fight the urge. And
Yeah, sure. Roll me another wisdom saving throw.
9.
You completely paralyze as you hear muttered words from within the flames. Here, run away! Fast! As you hear the spiking screams of the creature, reeking, kind of almost curling backwards through the spine, you almost hear how the spine gets under pressure as you just. As you hear this.
should probably turn off noise reduction or noise
Yeah, yeah,
cancellation.
yeah. I should.
I have the same thing when I try to do
Yeah, yeah,
something.
yeah.
Noise.
I have it disabled now. So yeah, you see and hear this creature curl backwards with some muscles in the back. You know they're stronger than the one on the front of the body. So the creature, almost in a paralyzation, curls backwards as you hear this. Run!
If it's within her power to do so, since it is the
Roll me a
person saying it,
yeah,
she
you can roll
would
me
have tried.
athletics.
Oh, don't have a -1. That's a 19.
Yeah, ever so slowly you inch backwards. Basically, but how do you do it? As you have your arms kind of under your armpit and you try to like force yourself from not going forward.
Yeah. Guess you would sort of just fall backwards, and in order to sort of not get tempted, she would sort of like close her eyes, and I guess she would sort of just uh, slither away almost as she pushes herself away with her legs further and further as shows up how exhausted, so she can't do anything else but crawl. Well, she was able to walk before in that other thing, but I think you mentioned she was only able to crawl here, right?
Sorry?
Moment?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she basically pushes herself away with her legs, kind of,
Yeah, inch by inch, lying
yeah,
on your
creeping
back,
her eyes.
you shove your legs forward and try to not like convulse, I guess. To
Yeah,
inch yourself backwards piece by piece. You start to gain some distance as the silhouette and the fire slowly disappears. You're in complete black as things still seem to warp around you. You realize your perception is not quite that what it seems to be.
yeah, she don't really know where she is,
You seem
but she would
fairly
look around.
disoriented, and
Yeah,
everything in your head is kind of spinning.
she would look around herself, but see what you see now as she opens her eyes.
You realize you're almost blind, as everything seems to swirl around you and kind of blur into this dark blue, red, and black.
Would turn her light on her other senses of smell and hearing,
Well,
as she
you still
proceeds.
smell blood.
And the only smell of blood you smell is in that direction,
Yes.
or is there other?
Well, it kind of almost denses everything in it that you can't really concentrate on anything else. It's almost like think about tear gas, how deteriorating it is to any other smell. And almost it's so tempting that it almost hurts.
Does it give her any substance or any, or is it don't? So is it only hurtful for her, or is it that it's so concentrated that
Yeah,
that it hurts?
yeah.
Well, which one?
Well, it's so concentrated that it's so desirable that it almost hurts your brain. Yes. It doesn't hurt in your nose. It almost hurts emotionally.
Yeah, but it doesn't necessarily hurt her
Physically, no.
physically. So, having gained enough distance so she won't hurt him, I guess she would. Is there any blood on the ground? She could potentially, you know, get in
There's
her hand.
seemingly not. As you kind of look around, you feel leaves and soil on the floor.
Ah, ah, feel leaf and and soil.
Yes.
Okay.
Autumn
Mm,
leaves. on the
Does she,
ground.
does she feel wind on her skin?
No. You feel your pulse going through your skin and everything seems incredibly warm.
She would dig down her hands sort of in the soil to see if she can find any maggots or any insects or
Your
anything like that.
hands are still under your shoulders.
Oh yeah. And now that she's far enough away, she would sort of like she would get them out
Okay.
as she hopes that she'll able to control herself now.
Okay, reroll me your wisdom save.
And
No. You kind of start lifting your arms from under your armpit, right? And your hands like almost force your shoulders almost forwards. You can't clamp them under right away. You almost press your elbows into your stomach to force yourself down in that moment.
yeah, kind of hold herself from like screaming out like as she would sort of try to sort of with her feet sort of like kind of like just move some dirt to potentially find anything living that she can take it just a little bit of blood or life force from, and because you know that animals and you know it works, it's not as good, but maybe it will give her that small amount of blood to at least ease the situation a little bit for her.
As you kind of look out for anything quenching, you kind of kneeling with your elbows in your stomach, you look around and you start seeing the silhouette of blackened trees and redded crimson all around. As you feel the first bit of wind, it almost stings on your skin. As you feel it almost pass through you. Every moment it seems to be less and less so, as you feel your pulse blurring through your lungs. You feel your pulse in your ears, your nose, and your face as everything is incredibly
Try and push her way towards one of the trees.
You try to go towards one of the trees.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you know that living creatures often are in trees, so it
Not wrong.
could be something. Could be a chance that she could potentially get something there, like something to start to push herself with her legs, crawling sort of in that direction.
Okay. As you crawl towards the trees, roll me a perception check.
14.
Yeah, as you go towards one of the trees, you see a tree in the distance, hurled and blackened. As you kind of look around for anything living, you see one of the branches almost stare at you.
Yeah. Mm. She'll try and control herself just a little bit longer as she sort of starts to, you know, her spider climb to kind of crawl up the tree. She would try and kind of figure out what type of creature it is. It's a bird or a squirrel or what it could be that is staring at her.
A
Uh,
perception and an insight check.
yeah, the perception there is a nat one,
Okay.
and the insight is a 14.
Okay. As you look at it, you you lose it out of sight as it blurs into blackened fog. You realize you're not alone, and it's probably not you that is eating today. As you can roll me a religion check.
26.
You've heard about creatures like this. You think about it for a moment as you look at its almost blurry shading appearance, as you see a claw of elongated fingers leave the bark of the blackened tree. You realize that you heard about such a creature before. It's called a nightcrawler. Written in books, legendary and ancient old, they live in dead forests. It doesn't matter how they appear, because they're not particularly often seen. The only one that you've heard it from is in some dark legends told from your mother, and in some rare occasion in different books. Always as this tethered cloak creature with wide eyes staring in blackened forests at night. It seems to bite and drain creatures.
Well, she sure as hell no, that's not something that she's likely to be able to devour at the moment. She's thinking, but then again, in her current state, maybe she'll just get a sip of it. Who knows? I don't know. Would you know if these creatures are intelligent enough to communicate?
You don't know. Depends if you speak a language you share.
I guess you would say in abyssal. Like, won't gain a lot of substance from on me. But you help me find something I could feed on. I'll bring you a lot more. Work together, you can gain a lot more. You can try your luck now, gain only a little. That could be very useful to you. Could be useful to each other. She's sort of like trying to hold herself from pouncing at it.
Sure. Roll me a persuasion at disadvantage.
It's an 18.
Okay. As you see the creature leave, you get a very eerie feeling. It doesn't seem like anything changed about its behavior when you started speaking. Usually people or creatures tend to have this innate reaction when they hear a language they understand. A twitch, a look into eyes or at the mouth of a creature. But it didn't.
We'll try and common. Like, can you understand me?
As you kind
Trying
of
to.
talk into the empty forest, you get a bad feeling.
Would you know if she's able to cast magic or not? Or is she too?
Well, if you have spell slots, you can try. Be aware of components though.
No. Guess, yeah, let's see. Um, Yeah. So she don't. She does she have a? Does she have a? She have an arcane focus on her.
No.
On her- Okay. Do she sense any water or any liquid around her, like a drip
You've
of water or
you've
anything
not
like that?
seen any.
Does she feel any liquid on the tree or any on a leaf nearby or anything like that?
It's a dead forest.
Okay. Yeah. Need a cup of water or a spellcasting focus. So I can't cast
You
a
can
spell.
you can try to use your own blood, but you're not hurt.
Yeah.
Just emotionally,
Mm.
I guess.
Yes,
And
okay.
status effects.
Yeah.
Emotional damage.
Thank you, Erica.
Hmm. Okay. So I guess what she would yeah, I guess what she would try to do is that she was like, okay, there's no other way. Then she would cast minor illusion using her warlock.
Okay, what do you cast? What do you produce
Minor
with it?
minor illusion to create copies of herself.
Well, minor illusion is a sound or a
No, I
flat,
mean mirror.
non-moving
Sorry,
image.
sorry. I mean mirror image.
Okay.
What I mean, that's just a verbal and somatic. As creates copies of herself. Uh, Make herself look a little bit more intimidating and less so like a prey. Like, gonna cost you.
Okay. You kind of look all around through this blighted forest as you get a faint, almost goosebumps down your spine and throughout your entire body. Roll me a constitution saving throw.
15.
That fails.
Mm.
Um, as you see, after this snap of cold runs through the floor, a mere image of a creature. You see the ground of leaves and dirt, liquid, moving, almost unnaturally, as you're caught in a cone of cold spell.
Hmm. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Um. Yeah. This is cold damage, so she would absorb element. She takes up a hand to absorb some of it.
28.
Yes, and what?
28 cold damage.
Um. Should absorb half of it.
So you take 14 cold.
Yeah. Should do.
Initiative. I would need
23.
it.
23.
23. Okay, let me just see real quick. Oops, I rolled in picks for NPCs, I'm very sorry. Delete. You go first.
Yeah. So, how far away was the place that she was for with young version of Brooklyn?
Sorry?
How far away is the place that was the young version of Edwin?
Well, there's this bleeding, almost path going from this darkened gray into this deep red again. But you know it smells of blood. And going back there would probably, well, re-trigger what happened with your senses.
Does she know where this creature is?
Well, you see it
Hmm?
currently, as it's your turn.
How far away is it from her?
Let me see. It's 55 feet in front of you.
Does she regenerate?
No.
Not the max, but the current.
Yes, you do. You recover 13.
And yeah, and I assume that there are like in the forest, small pebble or branches or things like that laying on the ground.
Yes, you could pick up a branch or two.
Yeah, but could she animate object?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And yeah, so um, she will uh she will yes, she will bonus action blade song. She as her eye whites turn black for a moment as she do it, and then she wait a moment. Just wait a moment. You just gotta check so that that one isn't bonus action. No, it's an action. Yeah. Um. Uh. Yeah, and I say bonus action. No, yeah, and as an action, fuck. I'd have to not to know. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. As an action, she will do. Fucking hell. Yeah, as an action, she will do fourth level armor of Agathis.
Ooh.
No, she can't because she don't have the material thing, right? Can't.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, people that are based on arcane focuses.
But I mean, it's a warlock thing, though. Hmm. Do I
Yes,
still
you
need
still
it?
need the component if it's later on the spell.
Hmm. That would have been so good. Hmm. Send it to the front. Okay. Just a mirror image thing. This.
Did I also
Okay, so
mention like it's as large as trees? Like when it was in this shaded form, it's literally as large as the tree. As you see this
oh,
huge
yeah.
man hovering, or a huge creature.
I forgot to mention that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's big trees. It's like 100 feet trees. Just looking from behind one of them. As it is 55 feet away, it seems towering as you need to look upwards, even a good bit.
Um,
Just so you know.
is- if she go back to that, then that would be putting him in danger as well, or potentially her hurting him. So that's of course not something she wants. Um, guess she would um then action mage armor, and she would crawl to the backside of the tree having the tree as a cover, as it is 55 feet away.
Yeah, sure. So, hide behind the tree. Okay, that's your turn. You see the creature start to hide again within the mist and the forest as it leaves your eyesight.
Okay. Is that its turn?
You start to see everything in black as everything becomes black around you.
When? So, what she will do is that she will fuck. That's a tiny. Okay. So she can't do that how either because it's an M. That's faithful hands. Doesn't work either. No. Okay. So much that need an M. Got this either. Fine. Everything has an M. Really much you can do. So it's her turn again, basically, right?
Yes,
And she only still have 25 on that.
correct.
Yeah. She don't know where it is. Could she use a spell slot to detect magic? So that she can potentially shit she can even she can't see it. She can perceive it with detect magic and via that attack it that way.
Well, you cast Detect Magic, I guess?
If that is possible.
Do you have the components in the spell slot to do it?
It's verbal and somatic,
So yeah, you can.
but I don't want to do it as a ritual. I want to do it as a
It's a spell level. Yeah, of course.
mm,
You're in combat. You're not sitting there for 10 rounds.
yeah. So she would do the tech magic so she can
Mhm.
at least get some senses back.
You look around as you feel no direct magic anywhere, neither lingering apart from yourself. As you see this black, well, being black, and you can't see through it. And you also don't sense any magic beyond the black you're in. Shrouded, almost night, with no stars. Still feel the ground under your feet. You still feel the air move.
Um, as it became dark again, her speed has increased a little bit because of the lights on, and that is doesn't seem to currently be coming towards her.
Oh, you don't know where it is.
Yeah. Hmm. She has no way of achieving it. Moment. Um, yeah, and it seems to be a magical darkness around her, or
You don't know.
but all she sees is dark around her. She don't even see the tree moment, right?
You don't see anything. Everything's black.
Yeah.
Last time you've seen something equally as dark as kind of the core of the Shadowfell, I guess. It seems to have almost the same kind of energy to it.
Okay. So she would get out of the. She would get out of the tree and she would move her movement speed away from the tree.
Okay, where to?
Is
Move yourself.
that the tree? Where's
Mhm.
the blood?
That's the tree, the blood would be this way.
And
Creature was
what's her
here.
movement? What's her movement speed at the moment? Half?
Whatever movement speed it is right now, halved, yes.
Okay, so it's 20. So 5, 10, 15, 20.
As you reach the edge of this black void, you start seeing the very blur of the forest again.
Mm.
Is that your turn?
And you don't have any weapon at the moment, right?
You look down your body. Sure, I
Yeah.
let you roll an investigation check to see what's on yourself.
90.
The black crystal and everything you had on your person before, everything that's now on your sheet, you have on your equipment.
Okay, so she has some materials.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just can't find your spellcasting focus.
Well, so it's normally attached to her hand. Is it that not still the case?
It's not there
Is she-
anymore.
So she has everything she has on the sheet, but not a spellcasting focus.
Correct.
Okay. Got it.
Okay. As
No,
you...
she hasn't. She has her action still that she
Okay.
can do. Yeah. Well, I can't do that. Okay, so yeah. I guess you'll try and gain a little bit of distance. She would. Yeah, because she's just at the edge of the blackness now, right?
Hmm?
Yeah, so she would 5, 10, 15, 20 use her action to gain some distance. Because you could literally just stand in the darkness there. So yeah, so she used her action to gain some distance from the darkness. And that's her turn.
Okay. Oh yeah, something is following you out of the darkness behind you. 3 things to be exact. As you hear this behind you. Somebody's getting a life drained now.
Okay, see first.
Nat 1, dirty 20, and 15 to AC.
Her AC is currently 22.
So one of them hits.
Okay, you don't want to get hit. So she would use shield.
Okay. You cast your shield as
26, 27.
as you avoid this attack of its. You see out of the side of the forest, the creature seems to, at least you see, a spike of detect magic. You need to roll me a sweet Constitution saving throw.
Not 20.
Wow, lucky you. As you roll a crit, you seem to be almost in this enraged state, and for a brief moment, you shrug away 88 necrotic damage. For Blight spell.
Ah!
It seems almost effortless for the creature though, as it emerges. You see this hurl almost like a gray hand pass through you, and almost your pulse and everything, you seem to be not unaffected, but it passes through you, almost ethereal, as it re-emerges back into the forest. It's your turn.
So these creatures, does she know what they are?
History check at disadvantage. Never seen them before.
18.
They feel like the Shadowfell, like the hounds, and so does the other creature. It's almost like the hand of Shadowfell, almost holding you back.
So
People
will
don't easily recover from the Shadowfell, even if they're sent back.
she will action create bonfire behind them, affecting all three of them as they are
It's
lined up.
a
Dex save. That's its save.
yes, but it's a 5-foot cube, so it's best it's this or this.
No, if I put it, look,
Yeah,
if it's put there,
if you put it
if
here,
you
it's one
put
creature.
there, no, it affect everything that is. Look, it's like I put it on myself. Then everything that is within 5 foot of me would get
No,
affected.
that's not how a 5-foot square cube works. A 5-foot cube is a cube with 5 foot on each side, not 5-foot radius.
Can I hit all of them?
So a 5-foot cube, I can give you examples for it. It's either this or this. This is the cheese way, even so, just so you know. You can technically hit 4 squares. Technically it's a 5-foot square, so it's exactly 1 square. But if you're cheesy, you offset it by half a square, and you can hit 4.
Like, isn't that how it should be? Like, you can hit multiple squares. That's the whole
Yeah, you
point
can
of
hit up to 4 squares with it, yes.
So you can hit
Yeah,
2 at least.
a square 2x2 is what you can hit with a 5-foot cube at best.
Yeah, but that history check, would she know anything what they would, what they're potentially weak against, what they wouldn't work against them, or things like that?
You don't know. An 18 is good. You know that they're definitely from the Shadowfell, so you can assume the base things. They seem to be good with necrotic. You're also good with necrotic. That's the thing.
No.
So yeah,
Yes.
2 of them are dex save. That's what you said.
Um.
Which one?
Yeah. So she can do a cantrip and that. So she would do the action thing to do a cantrip, which is the create bonfire, and then do the attack action to flash at one of them with her arm blade, flicks it out.
Okay.
So those two.
I 14 and a 22 spell save on dex.
Yeah. So half damage on one of them.
Mm-hmm.
9 damage on one of them and half on the other.
Okay, that's 9 here. Hello. Unblock. Thank you. And roll it down. I'm gonna run it up. Play a favor. Okay. Yeah. And you said you want to attack one of them. So this
Yeah.
one is the one that failed. This one succeeded.
None of them went down from that amount of damage.
No.
Okay. So she would attack the one that seemingly got the most hurt. with her
Neither
arm
of them are bloodied.
blade. Okay.
This one was just longer in the flames than the other one.
Yeah.
It doesn't
The one
seem
that was
unaffected
longer.
though.
Yeah, the one that is longer in the flame should attack you. That's 20.
Okay. What weapon do you attack it with?
Arm blade.
Okay.
Piercing.
Yeah. Roll double dice.
19 damage.
Okay. You
Stab
see the
some.
blade passes halfway through it though.
Yeah.
As you swoosh
Okay.
through it, it almost looks like a liquid smoke. like you've seen from that weird cat.
Yeah. Okay. Um. By the way, you forgot to. She have mirror images up. You forgot that, but that works in my favor sort of because now I need to do it on the next thing at least. Uh. But so bonus action,
Mhm.
she would kind of like. She hoped that she was gonna be able to deal with this on her own, but or somewhat, but she clearly sees that she cannot handle this alone, and she cannot feed on these beings either, seemingly. So, um, they have another choice. So she's gonna bonus action, Misty Step, 30 foot back, 5, 10,
Counter spell. No, I'm joking.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then she would use the rest of her movement, which is or her movement, which is
Mhm.
20. Uh, yeah, 25, 10, 15, 20. As she's trying to get back to Edwin, as you know,
5.
she died
Okay,
otherwise.
is that the end of your turn?
That is the end of your turn because she don't have anything. Do she have the bottle of Sanji's blood still?
Uh,
Right as it can be.
mm, it's
Or is it
unlikely.
just dried?
Yeah, it's pretty much
It's so
dried, yeah,
dry
at
that
this point.
yeah.
But yeah, I assume that's the end of your turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, the creatures, you see them nimble and quick as they're pretty fast in this darkness. They seem to almost skip like Misty Step themselves whenever they touch a very dark spot, as you hear this of phasing. Creature emerges from the side. You feel this magical presence. Oh, this is gonna suck. I need a wisdom saving throw.
21.
Wow, that's a success. You see, it seems to warp the affection, like the kind of perception of the ground and the surrounding, as everything spins for a short minute. As you put your feet to the ground, you take like a deep breath in, and everything seems to be going back to normal.
Yeah. Does she seem to understand what almost happened?
A kind of check takes your reaction, but
No. Whatever happened, she managed to shrug it off.
okay.
Um, yeah. Um, is it her turn now?
Nope.
Fine.
The creature's behind you still, as this creature blurs back into the background. God, what's that stealth? Jeez. Jeez Louise. Yeah, they're gonna go for another round. You casting that shield wasn't really part of their thing. As they hunt after you. They also still have 5 feet of movement left, so. Flanking. No hits.
Okay.
You're
Yes.
very nimble on your feet. Almost you're stumbling.
Rolling around.
They like predict your movement and you stumble in like the exact moment as you see one of the blades pass like the side, like in between their temple and your ear, and kind of almost touch your hairs, and the other one kind of goes through your leg as you kind of fumble a little backwards and back and forth. You seem to evade all of their attacks, as it is your turn.
Yeah. Um, did her long rest re- replenish itself
Nope.
after the thing? She still don't have a luck in that.
Nope.
Uh, Okay. Yeah. At this point, she's kind of like, Edwin, I bit off more than I can chew. Help!
Uh,
I feel like you should add again to that statement.
Maybe.
okay, what do you do for your turn? Apart from
Die.
screaming.
Uh, uh, how far away is she from the room that he was in, or the place that he was?
Uh, so, well, I can't give you a brief example. There's trees all around. Give you some variant trees here and there.
You know that he is immune to necrotic, so
What's this corridor?
seemed like he needed to get something, get his aggression off. Oh, something.
That should be enough for you for information on the general
Yeah.
surrounding.
Yeah.
Okay, that's your turn.
Oh. Okay. So she know where this is, right? She
Uh,
been there.
yes, this is the place where you smelt the blood back. The kind of corridor. You still see the steepish red hue casting from within it as you're running away from these creatures.
Yeah. So does she know more of further in here,
No.
or? But she know
About
he is.
here, yeah.
Okay. Uh, can she see there? Oh, she don't actually. So, uh, she will like maybe I can lose their trail by dimension door. So she will dimension door back in there in front of Edwin.
Okay.
Uh, which is,
You would also hear, just for your
oh,
information,
wanna be your lunch today? Sorry.
you hear something go through your mind
Mhm.
as you hear little flame, little flame.
Something about flames.
Little flame. It's in telepathy and in a language you like you hear it faintly throughout the forest in some verbally components, but you only understand it through your mind, not through your ears.
Hmm. She recognized the voice, or what does she make of this?
Yurado, what do you
Hmm.
make of this?
Did it seem
It's
similar to
flavor
the
text.
sounds? Did it sound similar to what came out of Edwin before?
Almost. It seems to be the same kind of verbal, like at least vocal cord impersonation almost.
And it said little flame.
Yes.
Like, I've already tried flames. She's thinking.
I hate how strong the creatures are that you're currently facing. It's super
Yeah,
disgusting.
they're a bit disgusting. Uh, yeah, he was clearly trying to hold himself back uh, there before, but you know, if she's gonna be killed by someone, she'd rather be killed by him than these fucking things. So
Oh
she
yeah.
will, she will dimension door back uh, next to him.
Okay. Let's see.
What happens as she opens this dimensional door and then
Yes. You. Let's see if you can see from there though. Oh.
You don't need to. She have been there. That's what I mean.
Yes, but apart from your dark vision radius, you don't see and precisely know.
It just needs to be some place that I can visualize that
Yes,
that
but you
I've
can't. It's black beyond your dark vision.
yeah, but I've been there before. Like I've been there. I've seen him. I've seen
Me,
people
me
there.
read it.
I know of the place. If you read dimension.
Just to be sure.
Yeah. Well, while you do that, I'm just gonna go bathroom. Pause.
Only gonna need 2 minutes, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Hey, he might pee in 1 minute. Don't judge, it's possible.
The thing he's not envisioning is because the spell, the surrounding has been warping. Not too good for him.
Oh yeah, because if the location itself changes, he doesn't know the location anymore.
Correct.
Makes sense.
And it has been warping from the corridor to this kind of open plane and then back to whatever this is, and it's different. It's gonna backfire on him.
Oh, let's see how it goes.
A Nightcrawler is nothing I want to fight in my life. Unless I'm a paladin. And even then it's you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Shavir, as you're
Yeah.
envisioning this place, you start to see the place warping in front of you. I don't assume you take any creatures with you.
Um. Hmm. Well, it has to be a willing creature. That's the thing.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
you
So.
probably also need to drag them through it, pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, it's tempting. Like, yeah, here, deal with this motherfucker. Uh, Instead of because he's know his
But
aggression.
anyway,
So if she could,
as
she
you
probably
warp
would.
into a wall,
Into a wall.
yes,
Why is she warping into a wall?
you don't know,
Uh,
you take 10 force damage
oh.
as you poof back to your spot where you left.
So she gets to a nearby
Nope,
place that she can be, or back.
the spell fails to teleport you.
Did she know why?
Well, you warped into a wall.
But why did she warp into a wall?
We'll
Just
probably need an action and an investigation check, and probably seeing the location that you've seen.
okay. Yeah, I guess that was her action. She took 10 damage instead, right? Then uh, she regenerates at the end of her turn, right?
At the beginning.
Beginning.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So bonus action, missed a step, I guess.
Where to?
Yeah, backwards here.
30 feet? 10,
Yeah.
20, 30?
Yeah. 5, 10, 20. Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
As she then reduces her movement 5, 10, 15, 20.
Okay.
And that would be her. Over her. And
Anything else?
guess she could look at her inventory a little bit. And Yeah. Uh, so she would. I guess she would. Can she look? So she don't have any. Yeah. Guess she would look for a spell casting. Can I just look through her stuff a little bit as a item interaction? Can I just
Well,
look
item
through her
interactions
pockets and
is
stuff?
it's so you object interaction, and you look
Yeah,
through your things.
yeah, a little bit. Just damn. Do I have anything that can help me? This is not a good situation. Kind of think I
Okay.
should look into her stuff a little bit.
Sure. You roll me a perception check as you look through your things again. To search every pocket,
18.
nook, and crevice.
Uh, 18.
18. Okay. Let me look at your sheet. Yeah. You spot through your inventory, and well, you find no spellcasting focus. So I'm gonna note this down on it. As you see the kind of almost dagger long red piece of the sword tip, you see a tiny trinket, an apple, a tiny vial, another vial with a crust of red, a tiny bag, two of them filled with a bunch of ball bearings and caltrops that you know. You find the flower, and you feel the arm blade on your arm.
Oh,
You see a bandana in your equipment, in your bag, a faint scroll kind of curled together, and a blackened crystal. Tiny, a shard.
that's the one that she was supposed to use when she returned. And that, that, yeah. But she hasn't really returned now, has she? Necessarily.
Well, you don't know if this is real or not, but this is just a hallucination.
Uh, that is true
You
too.
certainly feel real, and the pain feels definitely real.
Yeah, that much is true. Uh, I guess the red blade piece can't really do anything. Oh, it's just a little bit of a red blade piece at the moment, right?
Well, it's like as long as your hand from wrist to middle finger tip.
Mm.
But yeah, it's only a shard
Mm.
of blade,
Is she
jagged,
able to?
broken
Is she
off.
able to? Is she able to try and absorb some blood from it? Not all of it, but a little bit of it, or some of it.
Well, it has this grayish hue. You knew it is red, but you see everything this kind of almost faint gray. Almost every color seems to bleed away slowly but surely.
Mm. Um, she recognizes it by its form, so she knows that she has stored blood in it.
Had.
Yeah, the so I guess she would try to.
What's your
Um,
passive investigation is 20, right?
yes.
You see scratch marks on the side of the blade as you kind of look at it for a moment. They are like you realize that something very sharp or very hard needs to, touch this blade. You've never seen it like crack apart from magical created, well, fortress in the astral sea
Yeah.
that doesn't even obey time fully. Um, but yeah, something counting as magic probably scrapped on it. They're like an inch or two apart, and there's scratch marks on it. There's slight grooves in it, and you see dried blood ran out of it. You realize it's already drained.
Mm. But there's a little bit of dried blood on it, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I guess you would lick the dried blood a bit, at least. before putting it away.
It's just like,
Getting that
please
look,
help, like a lollipop. It's just like, yeah,
just a little small somehow
it's
made me so
psychically
feel.
helping for you. It's just like mentally,
Yeah, yeah.
but not your
You know
body.
when you're running on fumes, right? And basically you get that like little milliliter of gasoline in, right? Basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right.
Anything else
That
for your turn?
and no. Um,
Okay. 15, 20, 30, 35, 40, 45, 55. 10, 20, 25, 30,
hey, we can
40,
talk about this, okay?
50, 55. 5, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50. I don't know if you can talk about it, as your mirror image is the spell as well.
Why are the mirror images this stuff?
Yep,
Did why? I mean, how?
you don't know?
Because we'd have to dispel each and every single one of them.
Nope, you choose one magical effect within range, which is just,
Ah,
yeah, mirror image, and then just the entire effect goes poof. So yeah, um,
which need to touch. No, maybe not.
mm,
Oh,
Dispel magic is not a touch spell, sadly. You can certainly look at it, but it's not a touch spell. It
no,
is
yeah,
120 feet.
you think a proper date.
Oh yeah, I am. I'm sorry.
No,
Maybe.
this face being a proper date.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it knows how to fight.
I was gonna say it sounds like a regular hunter in this area. This guy is rather the top end of the food chain.
Yeah. And you stumbled into its forest. I'm not gonna roll these openly. Well, one of them seems to hit. Gonna do something?
Um, well, well, yeah. I can just do the. I will. So, void rift.
Okay. Let me roll for damage, and you can reduce it. Um. Okay. So. I need a Constitution saving throw.
25.
You succeed. You don't get drained by max hit points.
Good.
But uh,
So half for necrotic and
23 halved.
23 half.
11. Roll Void Rift
And
reduction.
then the void rift is 26, I guess. 4.
You reduce it by another 4 damage, so you only take 11 minus 4, 7 necrotic.
11 damage.
Yeah, 11 minus 4, so it's 7. Void Rift is a flat reduction.
Mm. Okay. Her turn now.
Sure is.
As she was making her way here, did she see here?
You're here.
Maybe she, as she was here, did she see
No, there's things in the way. Both here and there.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not even. No, sorry.
Yes.
Better choice would be to wait here and then. But hindsight is 20/20.
Yeah.
At the start of your turn, so you recover 13.
Okay. Yeah, this is 5, 10, 15, 25, 30. So she would miss the step, 30 foot there, and then she would 5, 10, 15, 20.
Yeah.
And what does she see here now that she is here now?
You see a corridor. It's not the same one as before, though. The other one seemed wider. And it's not glooming red as much as before. But you feel and smell decay.
Yeah. And so she would cast also preemptive. Wait. Does it seem like these creatures have been able to see her or perceive her in other ways as they've been following her, like sense her? Sure.
Um, they usually go off, as you can tell by your footsteps and probably sight. They seem to have eyes.
Okay. So as she went there and kind of like went out of sight there, she's gonna try because you see what material this is and what is this? What is this? Is it wall?
Hmm? Sorry.
Is this
Yeah,
wall?
this is wall.
Yeah. Uh, so gonna do a she's gonna do a minor she's gonna do a minor illusion here to make it seem like they're basically a minor illusion of what she saw there, and basically, you know, minor illusion of what it looked like, basically, behind her as she's standing behind that, being silent
Okay.
as she stands absolutely still, like
Okay.
crouched, completely still, as she do a minor illusion of the background without her being.
This monster. It's so disgusting. Okay. So this bin around here. That's 10, 20. God, it can reach you. Fucking Christ. As you see through your illusion, this creature, almost hearing and feeling your breathing, as you see almost crystalline black claws curl around the corner of the stones. As you look at it,
Show her teeth.
yeah, it's a person of like
Like a
4 times
fat
your
dog.
height.
So
um, it casts something right in front of you,
I'm,
as you
I'm more
can,
used to being alive, motherfucker.
as you hear faint words in an odd language. You can roll me an investigation. This one is free to see what language it is.
25.
It's not abyssal, but it seems darkened. It seems something the Drow would speak.
Mm.
Something from the
Under-
vile creatures of the Shadowfell and Underdark. It seems to fare fairly common, but you, in the same vein, hear the same voice going through your head again. This time, not in the crackling of the weird shadowy mists following you.
Does it seem like he's casting a spell?
Ah well, yeah, it still is. But yes.
Okay, so it is casting a spell.
Yes, it's kind of lifting both arms upwards, like on the imagery, as from this almost curled, decaying, and bony hands filled with this, well, no-legged creature that hovers almost above the ground. Um, you see the hand slowly rise. You're gonna do something about it or not?
Yeah, but I have detect magic up, so you can give me a little bit more information about the type.
It's illusion. That's all I can say.
Illusion.
Yeah, it's illusion magic.
Illusion magic is not normal harmful, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, no, I'm good. So counterspell it. So
Okay.
waves her hand and take the barrier sort of
Hmm.
style and
You cast
counteract.
counterspell. You counterspell its invisibility.
Well, the what it was casting.
Invisibility.
So it was casting invisibility. Okay, yeah, right. Yeah,
But yeah.
yeah. It's like she says in comment, like, "Why are you trying to hide from me? I want to see your pretty face." She smiles.
Totally not creepy.
But yeah, with its hasted action, it's gonna attack you.
This is not an advantage.
Yeah. Lucky you. Let me roll those. Uh, here. Shit. Oh yeah, this is hitting you. Also roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Other
That fails. Um, so first of all, you get bitten by it as it leans into the cave and engulfs you in black.
she bite back.
um, you take
You
Bitch.
bite me, I bite
21
you.
piercing
You bitch.
damage as you are engulfed by its mouth as you're swallowed.
You bitch think you can eat me? I'll show you.
Yeah, as you take 21 piercing damage. Um, it can't, it cannot attack you with its second attack because you now have full cover. But yeah, you immediately failed that save. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's the end of this turn. The shadowy creature's gonna move. You still hear the faint voices outside as it is muffled within the. It's literally shadow stuff. It almost feels unreal as you hear the kind of passing by of these creatures into the cave. As you hear this shrieking through. I love Shadowfall creatures. What do you do for your turn? As you're now engulfed by it. You have the following conditions. Please add them to your sheet. You are currently blinded, restrained, and you have total cover from attacks and effects outside of the Nightcrawler.
Yeah. Um. Yes, dimension doors thing, but what did she see? Some verbal. What did she see further down here?
Um, well, it has been pretty dark. How large is your dark vision? 60 feet. So I would see a little bit inwards, and I would split out here to two equally thin corridors.
Does she know which way the blood trail went?
Um, it has been pretty gray. You can roll me a Perception check.
Empty.
To the left. Sorry, to the right.
She do. And she's been this way, right?
No,
Or
no.
no?
The
It seems
as you
different this
as you
time.
basically got to the corridor here, you seen the corridor is less wide. The other corridor was like 30 feet across, like wide. This one is like 15. It's way
Does it seem
thinner and
like
it's a different type of stone. Almost seems like this place is ever changing.
it's too big to get in here?
No.
But it's definitely too big to get here. It's 5 foot.
I don't know.
I mean, okay. Since she's aware of that place light reflecting, so could at least be aware of that much. So she would kind of like fuck. That's kind of like almost feeling her life energy go away. It's out of it. It's either sort of try and break that crystal and hope for the best, or dimension door. So she's gonna try and do dimension door here, basically.
Where to?
There.
You've never
Towards
been
the
around
road.
this corner. You only seen it. Like you could get here reliably, but you don't know what lays past exactly here. So if there's a like a notch right here, then you just teleport into nothing again.
So yeah, so she would teleport here then,
Okay.
where she safely can. Yeah. And what did she see as she looks down?
Let me see. Yes. So you would see just after this corridor a nook this way. Somewhere. Don't know what is there. So wall cuts off here and here.
Which way is the blood going?
A perception check.
14.
You see the blood going the left way, further inward.
There. Would that be technically there? 5, 10,
Oops.
15, 20.
Yeah.
Bonus action to do something. Anything.
You see these catacombs of sorts.
Yeah. Which way does the blood seem to go after? Yeah. To go in that direction? Okay. Well, I guess that's where she. I guess that's where she ends her turn. Yeah, that's where she ends her turn.
Okay. God, I hate their movement speed. It's so disgusting. 10, 20, 25.
At least they only can attack one at one.
Ethereal movement. Oh shit, yeah. Fucking Christ.
How do they get across there? Isn't it too
Incorporeal movement.
wide?
It can move through creatures and objects as if it is difficult terrain. You only see 2 of them anymore, though. Oh yeah, they're gonna attack you still. One of them seems to hit you.
Oh, void reaction.
Okay, what do you do?
Void reaction.
Wait. Okay, as you rift part of it, I need a con save.
14.
That is 14. Is that 14?
Yeah,
Yep.
14.
Meets a pizza. As you take 22, so 11 necrotic damage, and you can roll me your reduction.
Four.
Okay, so you take another 7 necrotic. So just 7. As long as they never get
Whatever.
above 13, you're kind of fine.
As it hits her and it kind of like just goes like it's going to liquid almost.
Yeah, it's certainly not painless. You
Yeah.
feel the flesh kind of liquefy, and you basically save some of it with your almost tiny pocket dimension. You temporarily restore it, and then it just returns shortly after.
Yeah.
But yeah, the big creatures are going. As you hear it almost claw through, as you see its head break out of the wall. I'm just gonna make the token a little smaller. You still know it's fucking large.
Going
As
through walls and shit.
oh yeah, haste and burrow speed. Fucking hell. It's a natural hunter for this plane.
Burrow through ground, but fucking what is this? Pure rock?
Huh?
Can it you burrow through pure rock? Isn't it just
It is
dirt?
strong enough to do so. Like physically, you literally hear stone and everything tear as you see this of stone and shrapnel shatter out into this kind of crossroads section. God, this is gonna really suck. Um, um, this is within 10 feet, yeah? 5, 10? Yeah. Um, yeah. You see it hurl back, and you see this almost spinal cord whip with this kind of sharp end furl out of one of the thing's sleeve as you see a blackened leather grip. Yeah, it hits you.
Huh?
What do you do?
Wow, used my reaction on that thing, right? So
Okay.
what can I do?
I need a Constitution saving throw.
Evan.
Okay, that's a fail. First of all, you reduce how much damage of the weapon?
On the
Of the void
Void
reaction, yes.
that was 4.
Okay, so you take 21 minus 4, that's 17 piercing damage. It counts as magical. And you see this stinger go into your kind of where the collarbone sits, kind of like almost into your lung, as you feel this liquid oozing through the wound. How much hit points do you have?
7.
7.
Did I have? Unless that was a end of the turn before that, and it's new turn I regained HP.
No, the life
Mhm.
drain did 11,
Yeah.
and then it's 17, and you see this oozy liquid hurling through you. You're not poison immune or anything, right? As far as I'm aware.
It's nowhere now.
No, you are not. Okay, it's gonna suck.
No, no, come
Um,
on. He's immune to all damage.
43 poison damage.
Okay.
I assume you fall unconscious?
Yeah.
As you feel this realm bleed out of your wound, this oozy liquid kind of almost larping through your system as your eyes slowly start to shut close. You see this almost slime covering your eyes as everything seems to bleed into this, well, out of this illusion of sorts. As you wake up, you see the butcher's
That's
shop.
a bad. That's a hell of a bad nightmare.
Oh yeah. It's gonna get worse. Wait a moment. As you wake up, you in your combat stance, hurling your hands and kind of all of your weaponry, magic around. You see barricaded windows. You see a metal pole through the door. You see symbols. Your passive investigation reveals it's symbols witches use to hold back undead, witches, and the supernatural.
Oh dear.
As you see William the Butcher carved through the back with deepened wounds, leaned against the outer door. You see broken glass, broken windows, knives on the floor, and you see the pool of blood on the ground. As you see the extended long fingers of your claws carve through his back, almost like the vampiric touch spell. As you see the leaking wounds and salt on the ground, you hear his last few words as he says, "Dear, couldn't be fast enough," as he faints and dies on the spot.
Look at her hands for a moment, and like,
You, in your
no,
rage, with a
what did
super
I do?
high pulse, have the paralyzed condition as you almost lean forwards with all this force pent up. You
Time to
see
feed.
cracks on the outer door, scrapes, 8 feet long from up the roof to down to the floor. As you see the doors almost broken. As he leans forward, you hear a in the door as he clamps towards the ground. Ah, okay, I need a item with a wisdom saving throw at disadvantage.
You feed.
Um, you have a mild phobia of blood. Not enough to hold back a strong desire, but enough to deter you from it.
A vampire that's not afraid of blood.
Yes.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, I rolled for it. It's just like, oh god, why?
Like,
But yeah, it doesn't make you
yeah,
like
I heard
faint,
you
but it
talking.
makes you like flinch a little backwards, and
No, it's
it
just
would
interesting.
probably
I
make
just,
you a little harder on like just licking blood off the floor.
yeah.
Maybe the taste before was so disgusting when you did it, that's why it makes you afraid of it, you know?
She needs to pick
You
up fish in the
basically have
traditional river.
little snippets of the blood of your friends, the smell and around when you see blood very close.
I envision it like there's like so many bad things have happened, you know,
In regards
because
to the
of blood or
vampiric,
the
yeah,
needing the blood that
yeah,
she's afraid to not being able to control herself, and that's kind of where the phobia comes from a little bit.
yeah,
That would make sense.
yeah. You basically see flashes of, well, the
Twigs,
rats and him now. Everybody
yeah,
that's been victim to it, and it
yeah,
deters you fairly well from it.
yeah. Does it deter her well enough now that she won't feed on him?
Probably. You can roll me a wisdom save for it.
Because at the same time, she knows that she needs to.
Yeah. You need eventually.
Yeah,
You can hold
and
back
based
long
on
enough to push yourself away from it, yeah.
the problem is though that he seems like he just died, but
Yeah.
she can't save him, right?
Are you
She don't really have
can you
any.
resurrect?
No, she
Yeah.
can.
I don't think there's a way.
Yeah. Yeah. She's one of a healer's kid. I guess it would be if she turns him, but then again, she could turning people without their permission is just also yeah bad. But she see this soul symbols to you. That's shit. This is bad. I'm gonna be able to make it out of this. Tears would
Um
run down her face as she would attempt to feed on
oh
him
yeah,
with
you're
the
under the
tiny
confusion spell
soul.
as well.
Like, yeah, okay, I don't know what. Yeah, does that mean she can't take actions?
No, but you're stumbling in random directions. The first one is always away from the symbols, which are close to the door.
Okay.
You realize in your dazed mind as you kind of stumble towards the back rooms into the kitchen and the sinks. He was a witcher.
Huh. Yeah. She.
He tried to like
She.
hold you in there, pretty much. Not
No,
to
I
like
mean
kill
she.
you, but like to keep you from like just rampaging through the streets.
She had figured that that was likely not. Yeah. I mean, based on the things that he has said, that he was gonna kill her, and all those red dots. She figured that it's likely something along those lines that he had some sort of specialization in it, but doesn't mean that he doesn't mean that he's going to kill her necessarily, because she knows something that he needs, sort of can help him. Yeah, she
Was a
let her
cool
down.
guy. I liked him.
I liked him too. He's cool. But yeah, it seemed like he kept her in from hurting people, but he didn't. It doesn't seem like he have tried to kill her necessarily.
No, there's
Yeah,
almost no wounds on you. Mostly like
yeah,
scratch marks, maybe a knife. But that's probably, in that case, fucking self-defense.
yeah. Hard. Fuck. Yeah. She don't want to hurt him, of course. Yeah, she goes in there. She's kind of like cries, like, "What have I done? What have I done?" No. As- I assume she feel the heart racing and the
Yes,
urges trying to take
it's on the
over.
same speed from the very beginning as you start to realize since when all of this started to happen, and you getting almost entrapped in this kind of combat in your mind from the Shadowfell. This seems to be almost like an alternative that you've, well, almost like a projected image onto your imagination. Well, what you now see is real. What you have seen was fake.
Yeah. But she don't necessarily know that this is real either. But she'll treat it as such.
No, no,
And
it's your passive investigation telling you that.
okay, she would try to lick up some blood from her hands as she did that to just get some of it in her, so that she can regain composure and
Con save.
Nourish yourself. Did a pass investigation reveal anything about the blood?
No, you kind of made your choice fairly quick. Yep.
Yeah.
As you kind of lose composure for a moment, you just can't hold back as you smell the blood and you feel it and you smell it on your tongue. It's like sharpened glass, and the mixture of pain and kind of excitement bites you in your own hand. Roll your bite damage, please.
Yeah, lucky then. Well,
There's no
what is
rest.
it?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it? Oh, they bite you. That's necrotic.
It goes
Her
through your
necrotic.
resistance.
Yeah. Okay. Um.
Wow, 10. So yeah, you have 3 hit points.
Okay. That's great.
You don't suck the blood, I don't assume. You just bite into it.
Yeah, I would assume so. Like, yeah, drinking my own blood is probably just dumb.
That's not how recycling works.
Yeah, it's not very energy efficient.
No.
Yeah,
It's a fun thing to do when you don't have anything to do and can spare some hit points. It feels funny.
bites the hind to herself and is just, what am I
Yep.
doing? And she just lets she go down on her knees almost and let the arms kind of just be to the side as she's trying to get her bearing. Sort of like, what did I do? Where am I?
I'm a
Where
terrible
am
friend.
I? What am I? Kind of like as she starts to look down at her body, kind of like look downwards. Is her hair still white?
Yes.
Does she notice anything about her body? It's strange.
Well, it seems the same as you came out of the lake.
But remember, she didn't remember that time there. So did she see her stomach being bigger?
Yes.
Hmm.
Was a out of character information. But yeah, you still
Hmm.
see the long whitened hair. And, well, the bulge. You can reroll me your, your medicine check.
Did I get fat?
Nope.
20?
You know.
Like, should have the reaction all over of the. Would also be her tears of sorrow will be mixed with tears of joy now as well as she starts to understand it. Holy shit, you know, that's the case.
How am I so fucking blind?
Yeah,
Goes
did she
for
notice?
like a few months through the sewers without noticing it.
I guess she noticed the red markings as well, right?
Yes.
And she would
They're
look back.
more faint here though.
Yeah, she
You
would look back. Yeah, good.
you realize, or just so you know, they become
Mm.
more red the lower you go on the planar scale.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. So here, how red is it here?
Hmm?
How red are the
It's a
markings
little
here?
dim. It looks like a birthmark.
Okay.
It's
And then
like scar tissue a little bit, a little
hmm,
reddish. But it's not like crimson, like it was in the Shadowfell.
she looks back to William. What was his last word that he said again?
Well, you were in a daze, so roll me a flat d20. Let's see if you still remember from your mind racing through all of those thoughts.
Hmm.
Something about my dear.
Yeah. Um, and he looks just completely dead at this point, I guess, just
Oh
laying
yeah.
there. Nice.
He died by having 3 critical wounds and then falling unconscious.
slowly walk towards him with tears in her eyes.
Crawl.
Crawl.
You have 4 points of exhaustion.
Yeah. Yeah. As she starts to understand it. Yeah. It's not only myself that I'm taking care of now. She don't want to. The phobia of like losing control of the blood breaks her heart to have to do it, but she has to take care of this other life form. So she'll crawl over to him. She'll attempt to first smell his blood to see if it seems safe for consumption.
That would be a medicine check.
Seven.
I mean, you know he's not a magical person, so at least it's normal human.
Yeah. And she regenerated a bit.
What's your current hit points as you came out of Shadowfell?
Three.
13? Because you
Three
fell
after
on
I took that damage. You said
3.
that my
Okay, yeah,
that's what you
then
said after the
then
biting.
that's your max currently.
No, after I bit myself, you said that my HP after my
So
HP
13 then.
after I bit
Yeah,
myself, you said
yeah.
that that was
So you're at 13 max health.
so her HP maximum at the moment is 13.
Yes, and your current is 3.
Okay, but can she wait just a moment so her body regenerates the
Catches up.
wound?
Yeah.
Yeah. So she waits until her wound closes, and then she will start to consume the blood from him.
Okay. How do you do so?
I assume he has wounds on him.
Oh yeah. The entire back is carved open and scratches on the lower arms and the frontal chest. Not too many on the face. He did fairly well.
Yeah.
The throat is
She'll
much worse than the chest, so because you have ribs, but you don't have, bones in front of your throat. So the face is almost unscarred apart from like a little bit on like the well the top of his head and like the sides of his cheeks, but the throat is
body's
fine.
normal. Yeah. Okay, so she'll try and leave the face as long as she would take one of the wounds. She'll try to be careful not to bite, and she will try to just suck out the blood from one of his wounds on his back.
I know that song. It's good. Anyway,
Yeah.
so where from?
The one of the wounds on his back, assuming they just look like normal claw marks.
Well, yeah, they're very deep, and you see them like carving through the shoulder blades.
Yeah, she would take one of those that aren't like on the bones, and she would start to basically put her lips towards it and suck rather than kind of like bite down. That's what she's been trying to do. As she don't want to turn him because
So yeah,
she
you basically
assumes
go
that
to
that's
like a
not what he wants.
puddle of blood in his wound, and then you just
Basically, putting her lips against it and like
yeah, like
sucking,
drinking out
creating
of
a vacuum.
a
Yeah,
pod, yeah. Like yeah, out of a not ocean but smaller lake. Fucking Christ. Like yeah, like drinking out of a lake.
imagine pricking a hole into a plastic bag and you just start to suck out the
Okay, roll
liquids
me a
in it.
con save as you smell and start drinking it.
16.
It doesn't taste normal, as you don't
Hmm.
feel recovering from it. As you look around with your passive, um, dozens of bite marks in his arms, and he's not turned.
Hmm.
Well, he's not a good combatant, but he was a good witcher.
So seems like he's some sort of undead potentially.
No,
Hmm.
he's perfectly
Okay.
living. He smells. delicious, actually, for your tastes. Like, more than you had, like, ever before. But as you smell it from up close, it's almost a fake or an allure, almost to stop you.
Ah. So, I guess at this point you start to figure out that this potentially isn't the real William,
Hmm?
because
You
the
wouldn't
blood doesn't taste good.
know. You think there's something up with this blood.
Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. What does she deduce of this? Assume.
As you smell and taste for the blood, you put your lips to it. You've seen him speak just a minute ago, and you feel his blood and his body is already cold.
Hmm.
That was maybe 60 seconds ago. Nobody colds out that fast. It takes a few hours easily, maybe a day, to be fully cold. And the environment seems warm in the front.
Has she have their hands touched before or anything like that, where she would have been able to notice his body temperature before this?
Normally warm.
Hmm. And when she basically was attacking him before, did she feel the body temperature then?
You felt warm when you opened your eyes for the first time, did you?
Yeah. Well, I don't remember. Later. That's
Yeah.
right.
When you woke up in the realm of red, everything was warm. As you look on your hands and kind of feel over it, it's the same spots that were like tingly warm in that moment.
So she would try and go. She would try and look where the freezer is. She would kind of look for animal blood.
As you go to the freezer, you see the metallic iron door and a big, almost in an X shape, cleaved hole in it.
She,
As
she's kind of
you
like, did I do
look,
that?
as you look inside the carcasses, and there's only bones. You see shattered glass on the floor, scratch marks, letters here and there, written in weird symbols you can't deduce.
Letters. Hmm.
Yes, a language you've never seen before.
Hmm. Hmm. That's bad. Um, guess she would look around a little to see if she see any either symbols she recognizes or if she can deduce anything by kind of like, oh, maybe there's a drawing or maybe there's something that would
No, it's
correlate.
written words, but you,
Mm,
as I said, you have no clue.
mm. Yeah. And the bones, do they seem to be of animals or
Yes,
humanoids? Both? And
yes,
animal and humanoids?
yes.
Okay. Um, she would go into his study. Look there.
Um, you go towards the bedroom.
Yeah. Mm.
Where do you go?
She goes towards his because he has a study slash bedroom, right? Oh no, he
Yes,
has this freezer, a study,
in the
and
back
then a
room.
bedroom.
Yeah.
Yeah. She
Um,
would go towards his bedroom.
yeah. You see the bedroom and this kind of where he keeps all these weird plants. Seems to be like the same, kind of going in and out in one of the other. Almost like a illegal part of building has been built onto it, like a alcove almost. You look into it. You see a neatly done bed.
Yeah. Should check underneath the bed and in his drawers and stuff.
You search through. You find a few keys, a picture book, and a set of coins, 12 to be exact, and a tiny leather pouch.
Should open the leather pouch to see what's inside.
A singular gold coin. It's exactly large enough to hold a gold coin perfectly visible.
Feel a little bit confused by it. I have a single coin in a bag. Just a little bit confused. What else did you see there were?
Well, nothing much. Dust and cobwebs. You do
Um,
hear, though, as you open the drawer, that it rattles. It seems to vibrate back and forth almost.
Should check the rattling to see what that is about. What clothes is she wearing, by the way? Does she have any pockets or anything like that?
The same nightgown.
I guess she's just holding the keys in one hand there, basically, and the other things. As she sort of tries to look where this shaking on the nightgown comes from, or the nightstand or the drawer. As she opens it and looks.
Investigation.
16.
As we're cutting over
Hmm.
um, to the other side of this kingdom, can you please remove this in the meanwhile? Be blessed.
Yeah.
Urigo, I know you've been waiting a little bit.
Hmm?
Gyrodon. Yeah. You fiddle away with your magic and your knowledge a little bit. What was the last thing you've been doing?
I was using the coal I have to basically
Scrap
use
out
the floor as my
drawing board.
canvas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you were explaining something to Blitz.
Yes.
Yes. What exactly? How? How did you do so?
The most recent thing I was doing was basically the letters.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, and when he was doing pretty well, I then went onwards, theorized about walkers a bit, and ended up with then drawing my walker design onto the floor with the coal.
he points at the ginormous letters on the floor, right? That you're like scribbling up, and there's started the blueprint. Don't you think you need a pen and paper? This is so imprecise.
Well, I don't have much of another choice, do I? It's not like they're gonna hand me pen and paper here in prison.
He
And
he scratches like under his chin, right? And he says, "Yes, but vandalizing the cell might get us in trouble." As he points towards the guard passing by.
um,
Oh,
yeah, it's just coal. It will go off literally in a day.
well, I don't like my feet too dirty. The floor is dirty enough. I don't need burning feet.
Well,
Coal
just
powder
just stay,
is so flammable.
just stay over there. Then we'll be fine.
You hear tap over. You hear his feet. You know he has claws on his feet.
Yeah.
So, one wrong scrape on the floor and his feet go asunder as a monk because he's faster than you.
Fun.
Yeah. So he's standing over there, and like he's like standing on top of the bed.
All right.
So I guess we wait another day, or maybe later, to get our audience. Now, is it?
Apparently, I mean, I sent out the request for a meeting, but Well, we shall see if we get a reply.
I have an idea.
Sure.
He starts mimicking the very captain from the very bottom and his loud vocal commands that he gave out every once in a while.
Oh. Okay, I see where this is going.
I have an idea to, you know, uh, bring somebody here faster. He will be determined by his own voice.
That sounds like a good idea.
That sounds like a good
Right?
idea. You can try. Mimics him.
Yeah.
But yeah, he will do it, and I need that other guy to roll me a save probably. I need to take a look at it real quick. Mm. Racial traits. Mimicry. Insight. Okay. Let me roll that for him. Where is him at? Come on.
I will honestly admit I did not think of that. But to be fair, that can also technically speaking get us in trouble, so.
Oh yeah. It can. It might. It's only DC 11.
In the worst case, I'll say I'm not involved. Can I still have the meeting?
Huh? The only goal is to get him up here, so y'all can talk. He's probably not gonna
Yeah.
do the talking anyway. Where is his ass at? The hell? Am I that blind? What? I made a sheet, whatever. I'm just rolling a normal guard block at this point. Better than searching him for like the next hour or so. Where's that insight? There. Ah! Yeah, you hear some footsteps kind of angrily going up the stairs.
Oh shit.
It's a set of 3 footsteps.
Okay. I'm just gonna like, sit there in like a waiting position, like, oh yeah, I mean they said he might come, basically.
Okay, as you hear in Blitz say, in his voice, I eat rotten apples, and I think I am very awesome doing so with my black teeth and my stinking farts, and all of that jazz.
Shit. No.
By sitting talking a bunch of smack, hey, it's the easiest way to get somebody closer.
I miss being a Kenku.
He hears his own voice, right? And he's just like, I didn't say that. That's bullshit. What the hell? As he mimicry his voice. And just molds it up a bit. Like with all the words that he's heard. As you see him and one guard in a weird garment come up with a long gated spear.
Alright.
Something seems off about that one, just so you know.
Can I roll an insight? Maybe
Yeah,
I've
sure.
seen him before, or
Sure.
okay. It's so much easier to roll in here when you don't have a kid on your lap.
Wow.
Net 20.
Well, he doesn't seem like a normal guard. The guards walking around all wear green and wear open elven ears. This one has a cloak, a hood, and a mask. This seems so weird, and robes that almost are priest-like.
Okay.
You look across him, and you see the gestures that he does almost feel very fluent in his walk. It almost seems a little bit too almost calm. Almost this
Okay.
meditating calm in his being, almost. As you look around, you see this spear, and it resembles nothing along the lines of the weapons that are usually wielded, as you get a faint magic from it, but you can't even determine what kind.
Wait, say that again. What's with the spear and the faint magic?
You feel a faint magic emanating from it through the air, but you can't
Right.
determine its kind at all.
Okay. Well, that gets me seriously curious. So they're both coming up at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
The captain first, and then the guard.
Okay. Oh, greetings! Have you
As
received
as he
my message?
finishes his last sentence, and I'm very good at eating ass. as he turns around and takes like steps backwards. Wasn't me. He rolls a deception check.
Okay.
Oh god. Blitz, what are you doing? Let's see. Let's roll that deception. There.
He's doing blitz things, of course.
Horrible. Yeah, no. He knows. He knows.
Okay. I look over very confused at Blitz and it's like in a what the fuck are you doing kind of way.
I got him here. Now have your audience before he drags me out of here.
I actually start to laugh about that, and then look over to him like, "Oh, hi.
No.
Have you received my notice?"
Yeah.
Oh, that's
Somebody wanted to
fantastic.
talk to me. I guess somebody talked to me with my voice.
Like, well, sometimes we all hear voices.
He looks at Blitz, right, and he knows that he did it, and it's just like, your friend gonna make a lot of enemies with such a trade. Not an awful lot of people can take a joke like me.
Well, that just makes you stand above everyone else.
Anyways, so, what do you want from me?
Well, three things. One,
Oh, sure.
for your own security reasons. If you're ever gonna have a more environmental strong effect on this tower, this place is probably gonna collapse. I could explain for various reasons why that is difficult, and there are structural faults because of the damage that has been done. But I don't want to bore you to details.
Oh yeah, I know we need to repair the damages, of course, but these are not, they're neither cheap nor easy to do. And the stone comes from the dwarves, so, well, the
Yes,
travel
you
of
have
the
a
material alone takes at least 3 weeks. So, I guess it's staying for now.
Yeah, I
Nice
see. You have a
sunroof.
very unique architectural style. It was very nice, actually. Anyway, onto my second. I was and my colleague supposed to receive a pardon on the fact that we would help. Now, because of the riot, where we very thoroughly, I believe, helped out to subdue. That might be a bit delayed, but there are some pressing time issues that kinda need to be taken care of. So I was really hoping you can let the one visitor come anyway so we can get the documentation done. Pretty please?
Roll a persuasion.
Let me guess, the pretty please does it.
Yes.
I'm so shit at persuasion. Okay, 12. This could have gone way worse.
I rolled for, player favor. I rolled a crit.
Yeah. I take that as a good thing.
The higher the better, so it's just like, Fine. You're the guy that sent Morse code down and built this weird contraption on the top layer, I assume?
Yes, taking
Seen your
care of
feathered
all the
friend.
fires.
Interesting. Maybe you are of help. He gestures a little bit to the other creature and whispers a few words in Elvish. You see the guard nod, but very slightly, and kind of sideways. What's your passive insight?
Shit.
You can roll me active.
0.
So 10. Yeah, then roll me active.
12. It was
You
higher.
don't think that the guard's captain is higher on the ladder.
Then the guy next
Yes.
to him, which I have this very unusual feeling about.
Yes.
I don't want to say anything, because if I do, and that could get in trouble, I think I'll keep my mouth shut for now. But I will. Is oogling the right word? Can you do a respectful glance over to him, being like, I know there's more to you than meets the eye. Kind of.
Sure. Okay.
Alright. Well, I'll do that, and then wait, frankly.
As you kind of look at him, right? I want you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
I swear to God, man, can you stop with the fucking wisdom shit?
Nope.
Tone of truth.
7.
As you see him turn around from facing upwards, he passes by you, right? And your eyes meet for a moment. And you get this, like, tingle down your neck.
I like a tingling feeling.
Almost a presence looming over you. As you feel how he reads almost every emotion of you. And that last thought that you thought.
Okay.
As he passes downwards.
So I feel like he's basically read my surface level emotion and mind.
Correct.
Okay. Wait. Does this count as a magic ability?
No, it's innate.
Innate can still be magical. One doesn't discredit the other necessarily.
No, it's not magical. It's basically like telepathy.
Alright, fair enough. Then never mind.
Anyway, you definitely notice that something's up with them. But yeah, you see the guy just look at you. The guard's captain looks at you and says, "Well, I know you have a little formula ticked for health problems."
I
You requested a healer of sorts.
yes,
But
ironically, yes.
the field next to it wasn't specified what for.
Well, I look down. Well, I'm missing a leg, and my shoulder has more or less a hole. So
I don't think we can do anything about the leg just like that. That's not that easy.
true, but maybe the shoulder. You
Yeah.
know, like being able to move again properly would
He,
be.
he kind of like lifts an eyebrow. It's just like, oh, there's a lot of clothing in the way. Can you move your like coat?
Like I'll move it like to the side, to give some visual aid, I guess.
Wow. It looks nasty. A good treatment of a week and some tinctures will do you well. There seems something stuck in it though. Like, what is that type of wound? I've never seen it.
Oh, yes, I can explain that, but I might not be allowed to yet.
Okay. He looks at you.
Well, just as your friend has some secrets, I have my own, and some of them should be shared and some don't.
Whatever. As he passes back down.
Okay. Well, thank you for helping. Like, yeah, for setting up the meeting.
That's fine.
Oh, thank God we're getting out of here. Okay, I will continue with my scribbling while I'm looking over the blitz. Like, well done. I think we're gonna get out of here soon.
I need to move the hood. Anyway, just so I know for later. Yes. So, 1 in the morning. I think I'm going to call the session here. I'm just gonna give Hayel and Shehu a brief information what is happening around them. Shehu. Hello.
Who is not here?
He's having microphone problems as well as you have. Okay, Shehu.
Yeah, my microphone.
You have a long rest. You recover up to your level times your Constitution modifier and hit points, and you know, spell slots and stuff like that. You can do that. As you fade in and out of your consciousness in the morning, you feel very heavy, and you realize your tap of magic doesn't work. You feel it immediately.
But I just drank coffee to make myself feel immersed and shit. Because I always do when I drink coffee. Just to feel in character.
That's what I call commitment.
But yeah, you're kind of dizzy, and you wake up in a clergy, like in a church.
Oh, you fucked.
Open my eyes and
It's very fucking
myself.
bright, and you have the blinded condition for 1 minute,
I fucking knew it.
as you have a faint footsteps and kind of almost occlusional kind of this kind of echo going through your mind as you're fairly confused. You see a pattern and kind of start to see faint church benches. That's where we're gonna start off on Sunday with you. And Hayel, give me a recap of your last session so we can do a little bit of your time for maybe like half an hour still, and then also pick up on that on Sunday.
Okay.
Because I have a lot
So
of
I got
time on Sunday.
Yeah. Um,
Dad, I just have a question.
I have an answer.
Dude,
I have
does Shafir, does Shafir know that it is
that it is a
this
what?
is real, or so? Does Shafir know that this
Your
is real or
insanity of pinching yourself so things are real test is not there anymore. So yeah, it's real.
not?
all right. So you ready for the recap then?
Yes.
All right. So basically, it wasn't that long. For all I remember, Nico managed to get Scout ahead of me. Hayao managed to plunge his arm into the rock and break it off, ripping his arm off instead, as he refused to have that amalgamation attached to him, that atrocity, right? But in any case, he ripped that off, did that, took a little damage. Nico scouted ahead, did some little stealth stuff, managed to get away. I was left behind to deal with a flying creature. Way, hey, I was feeling a little bit angry at this that happened to him. He decided to firebolt at the creature. I guess it saw us. Fight was over rather quickly as I was low on HP. Well, hey, I was low on HP. Nico comes back to, save Hale. Manages to get him saved. At the consequence of, I pretty much don't know what Nico did. Something about him using a black book. The black book.
Yes.
Something responded. So yeah, something responded to it. He ended up eating a sandwich with like worms, I guess, attached, some tentacles attached to it. I kind of left out when he fell in the pit with those flowers. I don't know what those were that grabbed him, the tentacles. I don't know what those were. Those grappled him up, right? And, Hale was dropped. He was saved, but he was, what's that? He was stabilized, but not conscious, so we couldn't help him. Anyway, Nico managed to fall into some tentacles, and the tentacles started attacking him. Hale, as the last ditch effort to stay alive, pretty much Nico tried to drain the energy from Hale into himself. Hale felt bad and was like, this energy belongs to the goddess, Madison. So you're not taking this. With that being said, he reached out with the calling his goddess, managed to come to his aid and banished him out of there to the Shadowfell, where he was remade, reconstituted. Unfortunately for Nico, he was left to the demise of the creatures and was torn apart and trapped into an elder brain, I think.
Yep.
Around that. Yeah.
An
Which
eldritch mind amalgamation of minds. Yeah.
Yeah. Hayel was transported to the Shadowfell, where Mr. Muggums had pulled him out of there. In the Forest of Blight, I think, is where we left off. Did I give a good enough? That was
That's
a
fine.
very vague.
Oh,
It was very vague because that was a rather shorter session.
That's fine.
So,
Let me just
all right. So
fetch.
yep, the checks are gonna be the checks are gonna be a little difficult as I'm in the car on my way back to the house. So I can RP. Someone might have to roll rolls though.
I can do rolls for you.
Yeah. You bring up Hale sheet. It got updated.
Okay.
Anyone
Yeah,
like
you can open it over the campaign.
leveled it up.
I'm currently fetching the forest. Pasted it somewhere.
Give me a second,
Was a
and
long time ago. When who was there?
There you go.
All that before all that. Before Gyarados time. Before dawn. And Nico. Even before the invasion. Oh, come on. before Shavir's first mindscape with being a vampire. Before Diaz being what he is now, and Hollow Knight. Shifting Sands, Wolves. There it is. Haha. Bloody hell. Boards, custom board. Over yonder. Jesus Christ. Oh no. Ah! You think you're going? Uh. Yeah. Just if you don't remember, bot commands will be the imagery that unfolds in front of yourself here.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a little bit of echo because I'm driving on the way home. I should be home in about maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Like I said earlier, someone roll for me. I guess they have it. You guys have
Shahu,
it.
you don't get to spend hit dice. There's no healer's kit applied to you.
Oh, I thought that's what you said.
No. Your level times your constitution modifier. Sadly. So 13 times con. Mm-hmm. Let me just open. There. So 13 times 2. So 26.
Bro, I can do math.
Yes. It's
You
also
sure?
possible over this. Do you see the picture?
Me?
Yeah. Yes.
I'm in the car, so I'll try to get it. Let me see. Driving at the same time while driving.
Yeah, it's fine.
Don't do it.
Yeah, don't do it. So in front of you unfolds this spiky vines of dozens of feet high, meters and, well, almost a mile high by this point, as you look upwards. As you
The
see...
picture.
Hmm?
I'm getting the picture right now, trying
Yeah.
to look at it.
That's fine.
Right.
As you stand with your wings unfold, so extended, yeah, you feel the excruciating high gravity.
All right, so could you say that again? I didn't hear half
You see twisted and spiked vines.
of that. So I'm in this cocoon, or I'm in this fight.
No, no, you see them as a kind of roots wiggling throughout the landscape. You see tiny hills and trees without leaves, as this kind of sets of roots extend a mile upwards or more, even so, kind of darkening out the sky. You see it's very dark above, even more so than in the picture depicted. This is like the brightest it ever gets. As your wings are extended, but you don't gain any benefits from flying, as you literally have your wings extended, and they basically try to keep you upright. As
Okay, so
you're
the
kind
gravity,
of, yeah,
the gravity here prevents flight.
yes.
Correct. Okay, I'm trying to get up. Is it in pics for NPCs? That picture?
Bot commands.
Bot commands. Okay. Let's see. Let me scroll all the way. Oh. Yeah, that's very interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that doesn't look great.
As you still have
Um,
bunny ears and your kind of mutations.
Oh, let me say the arm's gone.
Hmm?
I broke the arm off. That's gone.
Yeah, the arm is still off. Yeah, but you still have the bunny ears.
This place. He knows better than this, so yeah. He actually, because some things have happened. I don't know if you saw his character sheet, right? He feels when he was brought back, he took a powered up level of warlock. So,
Ooh.
he's Madison embraces him a little more now as he lets her completely in to himself, creating that level of warlock there. As he tries out a feature, I really want to do this while I'm at the house. I want to do the wording and things when I'm at the house and not concentrating on driving. But basically, some art because I'm just only literally about 2 minutes up the street.
Yeah, it's fine. And do it later.
Some RP stuff, right? So what happens? He lets Madison completely in, giving him the warlock level. How does he feel when he lets her completely, in his soul and lets her, take over?
Well, you feel your soul bleed out of you.
Oh yeah, well, he never really had one of those.
I need a.
Did he have one of those?
Yeah, of course.
I didn't think angels had souls. I thought they were made more of essence.
That's how it's used to be.
Everything has a soul.
Everything has a soul, yes. In my realm, it does. You can't create angels out of thin air. Even if a god wills it, so it doesn't matter. They still take energy and such to create, and that's it. You know, something bleeds from you. A charisma saving throw, yes.
Someone roll Hale a charisma saving throw. That should be rather high. It should be like a plus 14, 13.
So it's a 7 plus 14, 21.
It's a fail. As your soul bleeds from you, you feel horrible. You feel horrible. You lose all casting for the next 3d6 days, including class features that are magical. 5, 8, 10 days.
Holy shit.
10 days without magic.
Do I know a reason why that happened?
Well, the soul is a good tap into magic as your wings and you fall prone to the ground.
Those will never come back?
You don't know?
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a hell of a down. That's a hell of a... Oh, God, that's a heck... Jesus Christ. So I don't have anything. Well, yeah.
Well, there's no casting for the next 10 days.
Well, I mean, no. The wings came off. Everything goes away. That's bad. Yeah, so I don't have anything. What about my armor? Is that still intact? And is the sword still intact?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Yeah, you just see him gets up. I mean, does he know that this is a good thing?
Just so you know how it looks and feels, as the wings disappear first, as it is the most celestial tap part of your soul, they poof into smoke and liquid, and this blackened ooze as you hear it splurge through the ground as you hear. As you fall to the ground, you feel prone as you almost feel the air in your windpipe burn, as you feel blackened blood leave your mouth, nose, and eyes as it drips on your hands.
So more of the tentacles start to take form now.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a little bit of it, kind of. Yeah. Also influencing it.
Do I know that I've been accepted, or this just happens that he doesn't know what's happened?
You don't know.
Right. Okay, so for all the most practical purposes, he's not in.
I don't know. You never lost your soul. You don't know.
Yeah, I didn't think that angels actually had them. I thought that it was its essence, but fuck. Well, he tries. You said what?
Broad assumption.
Roll a deception?
No, broad assumption.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I didn't think, otherwise I wouldn't have done that. So for all magical purposes, it's like celestial heritage is hard.
Yeah, for now you can't use any amounts of magical class, race, or casting for the next 10 days.
That's 10 games, 10 days.
10 in-game days, yes.
Does a halo disappear from his head too?
Well, it's still around, but it's without gravity and basically like floats onto your head
Jesus Christ. Okay.
as it goes like crooked over the side, like over your eye, and you're kind of like, it's like stuck.
So it feels like pretty much my powers were drawn from me.
Yeah, at least for 10 days.
Like that's how it feels like.
Yes,
My
you feel very drawn.
powers, like something comes down on and just takes your power away.
It feels like somebody put a
Okay.
fishing hook in your
Well,
intestines and
there.
tears it out. Yeah, that's how it feels.
So
You
basically,
feel harpooned.
it feels like. Do I know who might have took my powers? I don't.
Well, some part of the Shadowfell, definitely. It definitely bled
It's power.
downwards, and it kind of went into the ground, and you feel it leave downwards through the ground. As you have this arcing pain.
Were they more like taken, or were they more like just they seep out of them? Was it something that snatched them away?
No,
or
it
did it look
seeped
like
out.
you know he took?
No, it traveled. A soul is not something that
He
you
doesn't
can
know what
steal
happened. Okay.
or easily steal.
So basically, his immortality is gone.
Yeah, for now.
Hey, so first thing he's gonna do, right? Because his immortality is gone.
Oh
he
yeah,
screams out in
you
pain.
will age in the meanwhile in the next 10 days.
Yeah. Yeah, he screams out in pain like, oh. As he says clearly, he says, "Is this how mortal feels, huh? What's wrong with my voice? Huh?
Yeah, you do look like a kid.
Does my voice sound like this?" As he's lost his divine, the whole serious thing kind of goes away. He kind of sounds like a chipmunk. He becomes more of a nerd without his abilities. Doesn't look so strong. Doesn't look so, kind of gets on one knee. This isn't good.
What a menacing angel.
Yeah. This is not. I should probably avoid talking for a while. Until this passes over.
Anyway, you see the twisted kind of grounds around you. As you can roll me a history check if you want to see what you still know.
Yeah, get back to the house. Yes, more options. Spot commands. And a history check. And I leave game here. History check. That should be 19 in boxing.
Ooh, it is actually pretty good. Yeah, as you look around, you still remember it. It's not the same as it used to be. You know, beforehand, there was this almost marsh throughout the entire place. But that's not anymore. As it seems very dry.
Kind of takes in a whiff of air. Does he remember where his brother's cavern is? Maybe he can help him, as now he's not so immortal. Bowser looks for help. Does he remember where his brother's keep is? Maybe he can stay solitude for the next 10
You don't
days.
even know where you are. If you find a point where you recognize where you are, you can probably find your way there. But as for now, you don't even know where you are. Because this is like a big place. It could be anywhere.
May I roll a survivor for navigation to see if I remember?
Let's see if you can pick a direction something on the horizon seems, noteworthy. Sure, go for it.
Okay.
The chances are stacked against you.
Yeah. Well,
Maybe you think south is a good way, but that's through the spiky forests, and that's it takes a long time to traverse.
my character thinks that's the way. Kind of stands up, kind of falls back a little bit, can't keep balance. Okay. Walks towards the forest.
Okay, your slender figure makes it slowly towards the forest. You kind of lean down and around all the kind of twisted vines. Try not to skewer your shoulder on a spike, just surprising you. As you walk a little bit around, you hear almost nothing. Like this, you remember this place being full of this wicked combination of creatures and little curiosities. Little Banes is what you realize, a nickname for them to be.
Ah, that's interesting. They're creatures, right?
No, you remember them, but they're not here. Usually the realm is full of them.
What are the names of them again?
Banes, basically,
What do I know about them?
A history check.
Say what?
Another history check. Mm-hmm.
19.
Wow, holy.
He's definitely more smarter without those brute tendencies.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No magic, no distractions.
Yeah.
Let me fetch my book. Here, let me open up my secret table because you rolled the same thing twice. And I rolled something good. This is actually worth checking out because most of the secrets are just not noteworthy usually, but this one might be interesting. Sorry. Oh fuck me. Why? Okay,
This is
you see a faint outline of a silhouette in a cloak wandering throughout the wicked twigs.
as a silhouette with a
Yes.
cloak walking
Yes.
around. So when
It
you say
seems
silhouette,
translucent gray.
like almost like a figure, correct?
Hmm?
A figure, right?
Yes. Humanoid.
Can I tell if it's male or female?
Humanoid.
Just humanoid. That's it.
Yeah, it's a long cloak to the ankles and a hood, so hard to determine.
May I roll something to determine?
Investigation, sure.
Come on, nerd ass. Let's see if you can get this one. Natural 20. Yeah, nerd ass. Go,
Male.
nerd. Go.
It's male.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, can I determine? He can only. It's a male figure. What else do
Yes.
I know about a natural investigation? That's all I get.
Well, you definitely know it's a male creature alone on the kind of size and proportion of its body. Not much to determine about it much more, as it is just translucent. It has no much other features except for its silhouette.
You gotta determine if it's hostile with an insight check.
No.
No?
No.
Does it look hostile?
It doesn't seem hostile, that's why I said no.
Okay. He follows the translucent figure, keeping his distance a little bit, but still follows. See where it goes.
Sure, you slowly start to follow the creature. Yeah, you start to follow the creature.
Where does he lead me? Or does he
Well,
stop at some point?
how long do you follow it?
Until I see something interesting that might catch my attention.
Okay, roll me another
guesstimate.
perception to see if you spot anything interesting.
Come on, nerd. Now watch him. He has a nat 20. So watch this. First, watch. Yeah, 13.
That's a decent perception roll for you.
That's not too bad.
Freezing down here.
But yeah, you have a look around.
What's that?
Pickles.
Really?
Fried pickles, have one.
What about fried pickles? The fuck?
I gave my grandma one to try to. Where'd you say?
But yeah, as you kind of make your way throughout through this twigged forest, you spot this kind of stoner structure in the distance.
A stoner structure. How far in the distance is it stoner?
Well, some 200 feet.
200 feet away. Okay. Is there anything surrounding it? Like trees? Anything?
Well, yeah.
That kind of obscure.
You see the twisted trees kind of hiding it almost, but it seems to be open enough for you to see.
All right, he's gonna make his way through the trees as close to it as he can get as possible, but far away from the center of the structure. Just kind of the area around the trees of the thick trees, kind of make his way more around it rather than right up to it.
So you're not going straight, so you go like a curve?
I'm just going in around. You said it's what's surrounding it, so I just don't run straight up to it. I also make sure the creature doesn't see me as well.
I mean, you've been following it.
Roll
me a stealth check then.
Yeah. That's what I was waiting for you to ask me. They said disadvantage because of the heavy armor with disadvantage.
Yes.
No, that's a disadvantage. That's not 10. An 18.
It's a 10.
That's a 10.
Yeah. But yeah, you follow the creature and you're very loud. You assume you assume that you've gotten hurt or something. But the creature doesn't seem to react, as you see almost blaring through the kind of wooden, almost palisade of roots, a pillar of sorts.
So it's going to this pillar, right?
Though you are seeing it, it doesn't go there.
I head to that pillar. And I'm going to item interact with it. I'm going to observe it.
Okay, so you just look at it? Okay,
yeah.
I posted it up. It is a 60 feet high stone pillar with big cracks and nooks and missing pieces on a stone basin. There's a singular, almost like stepping stone on the side of it, of the base. I posted it up and I'm going to put it.
I see it. It does have a text. Does it have a text written across of it?
Correct.
Like a picture? What does the ancient text say? Am I able to read it?
What language do you speak?
Celestial, Abyssal, Common, Elven.
It's neither.
Neither. Interesting. Is it Infernal?
Nope.
Okay. What would I use to try to decipher this? Is there any way I can find out what this text says or no?
Investigation helps with it, but it doesn't determine it.
Yeah, well, I can at least find something about it
Yeah.
with investigation, correct?
Yeah, sure.
I'm a nerd. 16.
Well, you definitely know it's the evil type language. You've seen
Evil
it
type
a
language.
dozen times throughout Cobalt Caves. It's very
Oh, I know.
symbolic.
As a player, I know what it is, but the character don't know, right?
You don't know. You just know it's the evil
Yeah.
type language, and it seems very symbolic.
Can I associate it with? I can associate this with dragons, though, right?
No,
No,
not
just
at all.
kobolds,
Not kobolds, goblins.
goblins. Okay.
Did I say kobolds?
Yeah, you did.
Oh,
You
I'm
said
sorry.
kobold cave.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Throughout
That's
goblin
interesting.
caves, yeah.
So I know that it's goblin that is responsible for this.
That's not very likely. I've never seen or known a goblin around here. And it's unlikely for a goblin to just bring a stone sculpture to the Shadowfell.
Right. Well, it's just something that crossed his head because you said it was goblin associated. So this is goblin associated, or are you just using that as an example?
Well, it's very symbolic, like the goblinoid language of sorts. Apart from that, you don't really know.
Yeah, that's fine. Anything else of importance here in this area besides the pillar?
Well, the stone faces seem to be very, very flat, polished, even though despite the cracks in the pillar.
Okay,
It
stone
seems very
faces.
old,
Right.
and even there's growing some green mush on it.
Stone faces, right? So they're faces. How distinguished are the faces? Are they distinguished enough to
not
tell?
faces like people. Sides.
Oh, like the stones.
Yes, the sides of the stones seem very flat and polished, even despite the cracks in it.
How many stones are there surrounding this place?
Well, you see the base plate, and then there's a larger. You assume some 25 to 50 big stone
A lot of
blocks.
stones. All the same size.
No, different size. They make up the base.
Okay. So is there a building in this space? So there's just basically the stones and then this pillar in the middle.
Correct.
Right. I'm going to examine each and every single stone to see if anything distinguished about those. With a closer look, would that be an investigation?
Yeah. It would.
No. Leah wears out.
Bunch of ancient stones. They all seem cracked in the same amount, and there's all this green mush growing upon it. It seems very old, but you see the marks on it. They seem like almost attacks of sorts.
So the green mush, right? Is that something that grows native here? Or no?
You don't
Growing
remember
green?
it growing native here, but you've seen it throughout you walking through here, yes.
Okay. It's not. Is it administering any necrotic energy or any Shadowfell energy, or is it just?
Well, the entire realm does faintly. So does the mush.
May I create that? Is that a plant? May I roll a nature check to see if that's a plant or?
Nature.
Okay. An 18.
18. You realize it's feasting off basically corpses.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a plant that draws life force out of dead bodies of sorts.
Interesting. So, are there any dead bodies in the vicinity?
You don't see
Do
any.
the vines reach down? And it's just moss?
Yeah.
Or is it like an actual plant that's connecting to something and eating something out of the ground?
Well, it seems like moss. Doesn't seem to be connected to anything. Just seems to grow all over the place.
Okay. So I'm gonna take my dagger right, and I'm going to jab just a little bit of blood onto my dagger right.
Roll for damage.
1d4.
How much hit points you got? Okay.
22.
Low enough.
Yeah. 22.
And
1d4.
your modifier for dagger is
4.
4. Okay. You take 6 damage as you bleed upon your dagger.
I throw the blood onto the moss. Does it react?
It does. It dissolves the blood and absorbs it. As
Does
you
it
see,
grow?
it doesn't glow. It turns slowly from green to black and then into moss. As the moldy moss seems to expand a little bit, like an inch on all sides.
Yeah, for all he knows, Hayel is still Hayel, right? He still gets that brash decision to try something. He's going to open up this hand as he's in necrotic energy, as he just doesn't know whether it's temporarily gone or how gone it is, as he tries to absorb it when it turns black, at least giving him some energy to survive here as his power is drawn away. Maybe he can temporarily hold some energy in himself, at least while he tries to make an attempt to absorb that shadow energy to try to at least get something.
An Arcana check at disadvantage.
Yeah. No, that's not happening.
Not only that, you start to like kind of almost try to attune to this blackened glob of sorts as you kind of hear going through your ears is the sound of crawling maggots. As you need to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Really? Oh,
Yep.
yeah, here we go. All right. Nope. 14. As I said, nope.
Oh god, you take 16 psychic damage.
I'm down.
As you kind of try to almost commune with this blackened sludge, you collapse as this realm doesn't intend to kill you. You go unconscious as you hurl over the stone slabs and you take a forced nap next to it. That's where we're gonna kick it off for Sunday. And we're gonna start you on Sunday. Then.
I said that went well, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. It was quick.
Comes in, lose powers, and then knocks himself out. Like, oh, well, that's fun.
Anyway, yeah, we're gonna start with you tomorrow then, after, and then we're gonna do you for like 2 or 3 hours throughout the Shadowfell. Yeah. I saved the table, I pray. Alright. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna end off the stream here. I wish everybody a great day, and I hope you have fun.